Thank you. City Clerk, can you please take roll call?
Yes, good evening. Member Anderson?
Present.
Member Newnenkamp?
Present.
Member Russell?
Present.
Mayor Portell Ward?
Present.
Member Wink? Member Woodward?
Present.
Mayor Sierra?
Present.
Let the record show 6 present and 1 absent. The 1 absent is Councilmember Wink.
Thank you. And Member Wink did let me know that she was going to be absent tonight. Moving on to agenda item 4, we have the Englewood Downtown Development Authority here to present us with the 2023 budget presentation. We have Executive Director Hilarie Portell here to provide us the presentation. Good evening, Director.
Good evening. Thanks for having me here tonight. I've brought Troy Bernberg, our financial advisor, who is Managing Director of Public Finance for Northland Securities and is acting as the financial advisor for the Englewood DDA. The next slide, or do I operate the slides? Okay. Tonight I'll do a brief overview of the EDDA, our organizational structure, the Englewood Downtown Plan connection with our 2023 plan, our proposed 2023 budget, and the 2023 budget enhancements. The Englewood Downtown Development Authority is a quasi-governmental entity formed in 2021 and charged with implementing the Englewood Downtown Plan. We are a champion for downtown, partnering with the city and others to make it more economically vibrant, connected, safe, and green. We're led by a board of local business and civic leaders appointed by City Council. We are regulated by Colorado Revised Statute 3125801. That's the Colorado DDA law. There are 19 downtown development authorities in the state of Colorado. A DDA typically focuses on public improvements, public space enhancements, and programs within a community's central business district. It's about building and improving a downtown district rather than eliminating blight with specific projects. There's no power of eminent domain. In coordination with cities, DDAs use TIF to invest in projects that have a public benefit. For example, public improvements like streetscape elements, parking, pedestrian safety, and wayfinding signage. Public place enhancements like public parks, alleys, plazas, public art, specialty lighting. Multimodal connections to make a downtown more physically cohesive. And in our case, we're researching how TIF could play a role in the development of for-sale workforce housing. Our downtown district has 3 areas: City Center to the west, the historic South Broadway area in the middle, and the Wellness District to the east. It covers 186 acres, including 450 properties, 733 businesses, and 400 residents. In November of 2021, downtown voters authorized the EDDA to incur up to $70 million in debt to finance projects in the downtown district over the next 30 years. We are a small but dynamic organization with an action-oriented board and staff. There's a 7-person board of directors appointed by City Council, 2 board members from each of the 3 sub-areas, and 1 City Council member. There are 2 staff members right now, very part-time, independent contractors. Projects will vary from year to year, and currently we're providing 2 programs, some limited marketing for the downtown area and supplementary maintenance of downtown public spaces. Everything we do is tight.
Excuse me, Director. Actually, could we mute our city attorney? Okay. Thank you. Sorry about that, Director.
It's okay.
Go ahead.
Everything we do is tightly coordinated with city departments. We are all about partnering and leveraging to achieve the goals in the downtown plan. The plan itself is a 20-year vision for downtown Englewood that sets forth key strategies and recommended projects in each part of downtown. It's divided into 5 chapters. The chapters are economy, jobs, and housing, which is typically economic development activities, marketing and programming, public spaces and place enhancements, mobility and transportation, and land use and urban design. Our 2023 goals are, number one, to build on the momentum of the first year and then second year. Number 2, to leverage city investments in priority downtown projects. Number 3, to determine the EDDA's financial role in the city center master development project. Number 4, to seek eligible grant funding for priority downtown projects. And number 5, ensure professional administration of the DDA and its programs and projects. This slide shows how our 2023 operational plan advances the Englewood Downtown Plan. For economy, jobs, and homes, we're proposing a vacant space activation project in City Center. We'll be working with the development team and city staff on the City Center Public Financing Agreement. And we're proposing workforce housing partnerships. We don't know what that looks like right now, but we're doing the research. For marketing and programming, we'll be offering event grants and sponsorships to other groups that want to produce events in the downtown area, and we'll continue to report on our activities in print and e-newsletters, the citywide magazine, social media, and we'll be installing the first gateway signage for the downtown area. For public spaces enhancements and placemaking, we'll be getting involved in a permanent light installation on Broadway. I don't know what that is today, but it'll be interesting to see where that project goes. It's been talked about for a long time. We'd like to also do conceptual planning for a public park in the Wellness District in cooperation with the Parks Department and Swedish Medical Center. We will be providing supplementary maintenance for both Paseos, South Broadway, Old Hampden, and the Little Dry Creek Plaza, and continuing our partnerships with the police department and homeless services providers in the downtown area. For mobility, parking, and transportation, we're very supportive of the Old Hampden Complete Streets improvement projects and ready to fund enhancements if needed. We are partnering with the Community Development Department on a microtransit enhancement study. We will be continuing work on the Little Dry Creek Greenway path planning. And then land use and urban design will be working with community development on corridor planning for the city center area, including the Little Dry Creek path as well as the Englewood Parkway, making them better multimodal connectors to the rest of downtown. In each of these projects, we're flexible in the role that we take on. Sometimes we lead projects, sometimes we're partnering with one or more city departments, sometimes we're convening interested parties or acting as a stakeholder. It doesn't matter what role we have as long as the work gets done. Here's a summary of our 2023 budget. The board adopted this proposed budget on August 24th and authorized it for it to be submitted to City Council. This budget reflects an updated revenue amount for property tax increment in the Wellness District reported to us by Arapahoe County Assessor's Office the week after the board meeting. We will formally adopt the budget again later this year. Our management costs in 2023 compared to 2022 are down by $12,000. Our project costs are down a little bit because we're undertaking a different mix of projects. And in terms of debt service, we plan to pay off the $300,000 startup loan from the City of Englewood in our first 2 years. Importantly, we're starting an assigned fund balance. Our financial policy includes guidance on how to allocate the fund balance in order to ensure operational sustainability and risk management. Funds may be used for current and future cash flow requirements, a contingency for revenue volatility and economic downturns, capital asset replacement and continuity of improvements, and debt service obligations, which will increase over time. We have some enhancements this year over last year in programs, debt service, operational costs, and contingency, typical of a growing organization. For the first enhancement, we're proposing an increase of $60,000 for programs that will pay for additional supplementary maintenance of downtown public spaces and marketing for downtown, including spring and fall cleanups for both Paseos, a new gateway sign at Highway 285 and South Broadway, and social media assistance. The second enhancement is in the debt service line item. We are thrilled to get the final word that DRCOG has awarded $7.3 million for the Old Hampton Complete Streets project. This has been a priority for us. We've been deeply involved in it. The project will calm traffic on Old Hampton and make it safer and easier for everyone to get around, regardless of the mode they're using. We hope the grant covers all planning and construction costs, but if there's a need to cover the costs of enhancements, such as pedestrian light poles, street furniture, public art, park space, we wanted to be able to step up. So we budgeted for an initial interest payment on a 20-year loan for up to $2 million. Subsequent debt service payments by the EDDA for this loan would be approximately $200,000 a year. We wanted to be able to step up. Enhancement number 3 is for operational costs, additional costs for operations in office supplies, meetings, fees, and insurance purchased through the Special District Association of Colorado. The 4th enhancement is a contingency just to take on unexpected costs, opportunities we don't know about today, and matching grant funds if we happen to come upon some grant funding we can pursue. In future years, we would expect project costs to increase as our projects progress from planning to construction. Debt service will increase as the EDDA participates in the City Center redevelopment bond financing and other project financing, and management costs will increase as the EDDA expands programming. We would expect the DDA to have a fairly small staff over time. There's usually a marketing or operations person in addition to a director and an administrative assistant. Open for questions.
Director, thank you very much for the presentation. Council, any questions? Member Newnenkamp.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for being here this evening. It's exciting to see your plans for the upcoming year. There were several things in the materials that you sent over that piqued my interest, and so I have a few questions if that's okay. One is specifically on the budget and the enhancements, which is what we're here to talk about tonight. If the loan is not needed for Old Hampton Complete Streets, assuming everything goes well with DRCOG, where will that line item go to, that $30-some thousand?
Well, the board would have to determine that. We might end up just saving it for another project.
Okay. And can you elaborate on what social media assistance is under Enhancement 1?
I need some help with digital marketing. I can't do social media all by myself. We don't have a marketing coordinator.
Okay, so just what's not captured currently within existing staff for the DDA?
It isn't what?
That's not a capacity that's captured in current staff and current contractors.
Correct.
Okay, that's helpful. Do you mind if I ask a couple more, Mayor? Yeah, go ahead. The other two were just some pieces that you mentioned as far as the plan for the upcoming year that I'm wondering if you can just elaborate on or give us a little color that maybe you have or don't at this point. But the vacant space plan for this area of the city is of particular interest. And then maybe in conjunction with that, you mentioned some workforce housing partnerships, and I'm curious on both of those what the DDA is planning.
Yeah. Well, the vacant space activation program came about because we began hearing from business owners in the city center area about the increased number of vacancies, the very low foot traffic that currently exists in the area, an increasing fear or sense of safety among people in the area, and a need for services to be provided to people who are currently experiencing homelessness. So this isn't an unusual situation. There are many downtowns around the country right now struggling with similar conditions. For us, we hope it's an interim condition between now and when redevelopment occurs in roughly sometime in 2024. But rather than just let it go, we'd like to intervene. And so what we're proposing is that we work with 3 established operators who represent core community values in public art, local history, and small business development, and work with the owner of the city center property, L&R Properties, to offer very low cost rent, if not no cost to the Englewood Historical Society, the Guild, which is currently a shared space facility for small businesses that wants to become a small business incubator. We want to support that aspiration. And then the third group would be Redline Contemporary Arts Center, which represents several artists that live in Englewood. They are looking for a satellite operation for low-cost studio space for local artists and community arts programming. So we'd like to fill some of the spaces on the circular part of Englewood Parkway around the fountain area, and then bring in some more partners. We'd like to have the library involved. So all three of these organizations would be operating out of these spaces, but there would be an expectation that they're doing events and lectures and programs to bring the public into the area. The DDA has budgeted for marketing assistance for any events and programs, as well as some modest funds for pop-up level finish, because it is a temporary installation. Then we're working with the Englewood Environmental Foundation on security in the area, Allied Health Network on services for people in need, the police department on patrolling the area as needed, and the Tri-City Homeless Plan coordinator on any additional outreach that can be done in this area over this interim period.
Thank you. And did you have anything you wanted to say about workforce housing?
Yeah. Our board agrees with the city housing study that we need more homes that are priced for our local workforce. According to the study, starting teachers, nurses, police officers, and restaurant managers in Englewood are all low or very low income and unable to afford median rents and home prices. We're researching ways the EDDA could help with the delivery of missing middle homes in downtown. That could include our public financial commitment in the City Center redevelopment project. It could also include a market and performance-based concept that many DDAs use in Colorado, whereby a developer can be reimbursed for documented costs to provide a percentage of the units in their building as workforce affordable after the building is built and the building is generating tax revenue. That gap, if there is one, has to be documented, and we have our own financial advisor who would be reviewing that. But it's not an upfront subsidy. The idea is we will work with a developer who's willing to provide a public benefit, and in exchange for that public benefit, we will reimburse them after the building is complete with only the amount used to provide that benefit.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions from council? Member Woodward.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I only have one question, and that is, on your lights on Broadway, what do you foresee on that? I know the city had done some new lighting there a few years back now. And I think there's a couple different types of lights down on the bridge and to the marketplace and stuff like that, the older type. So I'm just curious to know what you had in mind there.
Well, I think there's a baseline enhancing the current lighting on South Broadway between Hampden and Eastman, where there are pedestrian street lights. Some of them are not very bright at night. So we want to assess the current lighting in the area. There is also a very big dark spot at the entrance to the marketplace area where the grocery store is. How do we address that big dark spot at night? It's not fun to walk across.
I don't think there is a grocery store at Marketplace, which would be the big lots and.
Oh, I'm referring to where the grocery store is on South Broadway.
Okay, trolleys.
The trolley square? Okay, Trolley Square, sorry.
That's
And then there could be something that could be seasonal, that could change every season. You know, there was initially some hope about doing string lights over South Broadway. Not sure that's feasible because Broadway's so wide and there are public service needs. But until we get a lighting designer involved, we just don't know what the options are. But this idea of lights on Broadway has been around for quite some while. It's in the Englewood downtown plan, and our board would very much like to explore it. You know, it's a way to, and not just because it's fun, okay, it's a draw to the downtown area. It could make downtown Englewood unique and different in the metro area, and bring people on a seasonal basis to see what's going on.
So I'm hearing kind of like the lighting at Larimer Square.
Potentially,
Something like that.
yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
That answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Anderson.
Thank you for the presentation, Ms. Portell. I apologize if I missed this, but I was looking at the budget here, and we have the city loan pay off $150,000 in the 2023 budget. Does that pay off the rest of the loan, or is there still an outstanding balance after that?
No, our plan is to pay the first $150,000 this year.
Okay.
And then the second one next year. We want to settle that debt before we incur more.
Okay, thank you.
Member Russell.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. So I have a question about the lighting project. Did we not do, and this could have been 3 or 4 years ago, because the public weighed in on what types of light they wanted. They did some, at least they were going to do some around City Center and some on Broadway. Did they do those? Or do you know?
I'm not sure, Councilmember Russell. I know that the city has something like a $30,000 item in the capital improvements project for lights on Broadway. And so we're proposing to match that and see what we can do.
Okay, thank you. Can you answer that question, City Manager? And it may have even been before you came. I don't remember for sure.
Thanks for the question, Member Russell. I don't recall any kind of public selection process or weighing in on lights. I do know that the Swan Arm streetlights along Broadway were supplemented with those decorative streetlights. I think there was kind of a public process for selecting those, but I'm not familiar with any lighting projects since then. But I have visited with Director Portell about that, the remaining balance in our CIP for Broadway lights that we were just not able to get to. And if they can take the lead on that and use that to do something really unique and interesting with the downtown lighting, we would love to see that happen as well.
Okay, thank you. And then my question is, where is the Little Dry Creek Greenway path planning? From where to where are you working on that?
It's a feasibility study this year to determine if portions of the creek could be daylighted between the Little Dry Creek Park and Girard Avenue, where it becomes a bicycle path from Girard to the South Platte River.
Okay, so does that include the area east of Broadway where there's a bridge going under by Safeway, by the Safeway store, up to Logan?
It would extend the Little Dry Creek path through the park and then through City Center to Girard. The creek was buried and it goes underground in that area.
So is it west of Broadway? Oh, okay, it is west of Broadway.
Broadway.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. That answers my questions.
Director Portell, I just have one question. Obviously, you mentioned security in the notes leading to the presentation. What type of communication have you had with the EDDA boundaries? What type of communication have you had with the police department or with city staff in terms of what role EDDA may have in security across the three boundaries?
I'm coordinating with the police department now. I went on a kind of a field drive through the entire downtown area, looking at the hot spots and talking about what could improve those, whether it's crime prevention through environmental design, supportive services for people experiencing homelessness, actions that private property owners could take in that area. The DDA can play kind of a facilitating role there in engaging with private property owners, getting safety audits done for private properties, doing some of the landscape improvements if needed ourselves, if the issues in a public area, for example, the improvements in the paseos have a public safety element to them. In addition to that, I've helped convene a kind of a safety and security group for the city center area that now includes the EAF, the city, the police department, Allied Security Services, Allied Health Network, Tri-City Homeless Action Plan Coordinator, the DDA, and the library and the court system. Everybody who sort of has a role to play down in this area. So my role, again, has been sort of partnering, facilitating, sharing information, etc.
Thank you, Director Portell. With the names that you just rattled off, that's more in the city center area, correct? Just anything that, without, since you mentioned Allied Security, you were talking mostly specific just to city center.
For the city center area, Allied is the private security firm for EAF in the city center area.
Okay. So any conversations with South Broadway or with the Wellness Center in terms of just additional security or?
Yeah, that was more. The other part of for the wellness district, the other partners there are the two hospitals who are increasing security in their parking structures. That's been a big concern in that area. So the City Community Development Office convenes a quarterly meeting with both hospitals so that we can coordinate on hospital planning, expansion, security, multimodal improvements, and DDA activities in the area.
Yeah, and I think that was more just the crux of my question is just how do we facilitate all those conversations and make sure everybody has the same information when we are talking about security across the three areas of the EDDA. So I appreciate all the work that you've done on this. Any further questions from council regarding the budget? I don't see any further questions. Director Portell, thank you so much for all the work you've done over this past year, obviously over the past couple of years with the EDDA. It's a pleasure working with you, and I appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you very much. Good night.
Moving on to the next agenda item, it's public rights-of-way discussion. I actually think that we budgeted more than 20 minutes on this, but I'm a little concerned that this may go long. But we have Assistant City Manager Tim Dodd, Deputy Director of Engineering and Asset Management Tim House, and Deputy Director of Operations and Maintenance Chris Edelstein here to present discussion on the public rights-of-way. Assistant City Manager, are you kicking us off?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just going to kick it off really quickly and then turn it over to Deputy Director Hose. So there was a request by Mayor Pro Tem Ward to have a follow-up meeting, follow-up discussion on this topic. And so tonight we have a few things that we're just going to present, mostly as a follow-up to the discussion last time, to allow for council to have a deliberation and discussion on this topic. So I'll turn it over to the Deputy Director.
All right, thanks. Good evening, everyone. So yeah, I've kind of condensed the presentation we did back in January to kind of remind everybody the process we follow for licensing and permitting for right-of-way usage. So I'll go over that now and can refresh everybody's memory, and then I'll answer any questions or concerns about the process and allow council time to discuss the process that we follow at this time. So starting off, just a basic definition of what is right-of-way. It's basically the area that is owned and controlled by the city for public use for various items there listed: the infrastructure, pedestrians and vehicular movement, parks, utilities, and storm drainage and runoff, like we're using for the South Englewood Storm Sewer Project there. We bought the parcel for storm drainage purposes. So it's not always a road or a sidewalk. It could be for other city public functions as well. So then we'll move on to the next slide here. The regulation of right-of-way, it's basically a two-prong approach like we discussed. There's the licensing process that we follow. And then there's also the binding laws and regulations in the municipal code for permitting and licensing and those types of things. So there's two different types of regulations that apply for this type of use of the right-of-way. And then the license agreement, that's for entities that don't have a master franchise agreement. It's for kind of more individual usage of the right-of-way. It's not necessarily a utility company, or it's more of a, maybe a user isolated use for the right-of-way for some purpose. And then those are separate agreements that are issued for those users to site their facility or their infrastructure in the city's right-of-way. So those are separate agreements that are issued there. And then there's also, those are kind of issued as somewhat of a blanket agreement, and then there's individual site-specific agreements that they are required to execute with us to make sure they locate their facility in an appropriate location that doesn't conflict with the city's use of the right-of-way. So then the other kind of licensing or agreements we have are franchise agreements. These are for mostly utility companies that are going to operate a individual utility in the city, like Excel, to operate their gas and electric system in the city. They have a franchise agreement with the city that basically allows them to operate their system in the city and use pretty much anywhere in the right-of-way, any right-of-way uses. They still have to come to us for a permit, and we verify where they're going to put things, but it's more of a blanket. They can put their stuff wherever they need to run their utility network to provide electricity or gas to all the residents of the city. And same with Comcast. They have a franchise agreement to allow them to operate a cable company within the city. So, and then the agreement is similar to the license agreement. It covers all the different kind of rules of the game, kind of the different things they need to follow and, processes they need to use in order to get approval. So then here we'll go over the city code a little bit more, kind of a refresher here. So the Title 11, Chapter 7 is really where most of the right-of-way regulations are in the current city code. So there's 26 pages, and it's basically kind of the rules of the game. Kind of talks about the principles and procedures for placement of structures and facilities in the public right-of-way, and the most important thing, it requires them to protect the city's infrastructure and use of the right-of-way. We don't want somebody to come in and use the right-of-way that's going to be a detriment to the city. We want to make sure it complements what we've got, what we need it for, rather than being a detriment to what the city uses the right-of-way for. So then this permit required, obviously there's a permit required for all private contractors working in the city right-of-way. They're required to come to Public Works to get a right-of-way permit to perform whatever function they're proposing in the right-of-way. And then obviously, the work without a permit has to cease, and they have to attain the permit and we charge them if they don't come and get a permit, because we want to know who's doing what in the right-of-way and when they're doing it. So there's 3 different types of right-of-way permits that we issue. The occupancy permit is for somebody who's just going to be like trimming trees or placing a dumpster in the right-of-way, or they're just going to occupy a travel lane for a period of time. So we require them to come in and tell us how they're going to stage it and what they're going to be blocking off and how they're going to affect the users of the right-of-way. So the excavation permit is if somebody's going to be digging a hole in the right-of-way and doing something underground. That type of permit applies then. Similar type thing, we want to know how big of an area they're going to impact, how big a hole they're going to dig, how deep, what are they doing. So that's what those permits are for. And then the concrete permit's the 3rd type, and that's for anybody basically doing any kind of concrete work in the right-of-way, putting in any sidewalk, curb and gutter, or cross pan, or ADA ramps, or anything like that. It's a concrete permit is what applies for that type of work. So, and then this is just, I wanted to list all the different submittal requirements for a permit there to give you a sense of all the different things we look at when somebody does submit an application. So obviously they have to submit the application form with their information, a little more what they're doing. Then we kind of go over the construction plans, goes over what are they going to be doing. And then the traffic control plan talks more about how they're going to do it, how they're going to impact traffic, and what the situation is going to be when they're out there working. And then the schedule talks about when they're going to be doing it. We try to coordinate all the permits so we don't have 2 people working on the same section of road at the same time and have overlapping traffic control or something that may cause a inconvenience or a problem for the public there. And then we have them submit a public notification letter too, how they're going to notify the public of the construction, what it's going to be, how people are going to be affected. So we take a look at that and make sure they submit that and that they do get that distributed before they begin the construction work. And then the last 2 items there are more for their contractor's licensor, we do require them to submit a performance bond. So if they do any damage to the public right of way or they skip out on us and don't finish the restoration, we have a way to get that work done through their bank rather than the city having to pay for that work. We require the contractor to have that bond that we can go after. It's kind of like an insurance policy for the city to make sure the restoration is done according to our standards. And then we also have them do a liability insurance certificate naming the city as additional insured in case any accidents or anything happen out there, that they are required to have their insurance cover any type of issue that might come up during the construction. And then the fees here, this is just a reminder, these are the different types of fees we charge for a permit. A lot of it is lump sum. There's a few things that are by the hour based on the review time and the type of work, but variety of fees for the different kinds of permits there. And then the public notification requirements, so we do have, as I mentioned, we do require them to submit a letter, and then we follow up to make sure that they do distribute a letter at least 48 hours before construction starts to make sure we base it on basically kind of the traffic control plan and how big of an impact they're gonna have, what area of the road they're gonna have closed, and so we make sure to notify those people. And it's mostly for the parking and access to their properties, so people know that there might be a restricted access or they may not be able to park in a certain area of the street for a little while the work is going on. So then we also require the contractor to provide their contact information to the public as well, that, you know, that this is who's gonna be working here, who's who to contact if you have any issue with the work going on, so the public has a contact with the contractor as well. And then inspections, it's just a reminder here of the city code does require that the city can inspect the work at any time and then have access to the site at all times, and we can reject any work or materials if it doesn't meet the city requirements, that we have that right to make sure that they are doing things to the city code. And then this time of completion, this is kind of an important one too. We do try to, as I mentioned earlier, make sure that we don't have two different contractors trying to work at the same location at the same time. That can be very problematic, and we try to make sure contractors give us a good timeline of when they want to be on the street and make sure there's nobody else within the same area or the same work zone that could cause a problem with the two of them. You know, two contractors on the same street never works out too well. They always end up arguing about who's there first and who gets to do their work first. So we try to prevent that. You know, whoever gets their permit approved first, we let them usually go first. So we do coordinate that. And then the permits expire after 6 months. If somebody gets a permit and they don't start work, it expires, and we make them come back and tell us what their new plan is. So and then this talks more about the coordination of excavations and joint planning. So we do, I think I mentioned last time, we do try to meet with the bigger companies that do a lot of work in the right of way and kind of get their plan before we plan out our paving and overlay program there, to make sure we're not paving a street that Excel or CenturyLink or Comcast wants to put a line down. We try not to do that and then find out after the fact that they have a plan there. So we do try to coordinate that with them and know up front what their plans are for the year, so we can kind of work around that the best we can and not have to pave roads twice if we don't have to. We definitely want to avoid that. So, and then the last thing here, I think, is just the kind of the revocation of permits, and how you say that, and stop work orders. But you know, there's different ways we can revoke permits and stop work if we need to. You know, obviously, if they don't have a permit, if they're not following state or local law, or if they're doing anything that endangers life or property, we certainly our inspectors let them know that and make sure they stop and do things safely and in accordance with standard construction practices. So I think with that, that's about everything I've got there. I'll leave some time for discussion and questions or any concerns. I'm certainly
Deputy Director, thank you so much for the presentation. Mayor Pro Tem.
I want to expand a little bit on the difference between a master license agreement and a franchise agreement, because this is a concept that I don't completely understand. You mentioned that we have currently two franchisees in the city, Excel and Comcast. And I'll just note that there's one utility that a lot of people in our city use that's missing from that list, and that would be CenturyLink. Why does CenturyLink not have a franchise agreement with the city when they have lines going all through the city?
So that's a good question, a question I had as well. So I might have to have the city attorney help me with this one, but there is a federal law that does not require them to have franchise agreements with any city. It's a question I had as well. I've worked at a couple of cities now, and there's never a franchise agreement with the phone company, and there's some kind of federal communications law that allows them to place their infrastructure in the city's right of way without a franchise agreement. So that is like I said, City Attorney Niles may have more data on the actual law, but there is a law that allows them to do that without a franchise agreement.
And is there an advantage or disadvantage to holding a franchise agreement versus a master license agreement? Because obviously we can compel them to have a master license agreement since they're building infrastructure in our city. That's not prohibited by the federal government. Why would a potential franchisee choose to operate under a master license agreement instead of an actual franchise agreement?
From my understanding, I think the franchise agreement gives them a little more broad powers to kind of organize how they want to build their system out, rather than having the city approve it on a case-by-case basis every time they come in. I want to put a piece here and I want to connect this piece. It gives them more of a master planning authority to kind of give us an idea of how are you going to build out your network in the city to accommodate all the residents and the infrastructure we already have. So I think the franchise is more, we know that their plan is they're going to serve everybody in the city with their utility that they want to provide. So that's more of a broad-based allowance versus a license agreement. It's more case by case, maybe a small area of the city they're interested in.
Okay, and then another question regarding the 3 permit types: occupancy, excavation, and concrete. The poles that are in our city right now in the public right of way, those are all operated under an occupancy permit, or is there, or because they're largely owned by Excel and Comcast, they're subject to the franchise agreement and thus not required to have an occupancy permit?
So in order to install those, it's actually an excavation permit because they're digging a hole in the ground and sticking it in there. But as far as their existence, they exist underneath the franchise agreement for Excel. Excel does own pretty much every pole in the city, even though, CenturyLink and everybody hangs on Excel's poles, all the cable and all the fiber above ground. It's all Excel poles. Pretty much every pole is owned by Excel, and primary use is for electrical, but then the other utilities share that with them, but Excel has the right to have them there based on their franchise agreement. That's where those poles first are installed.
Okay, so what we're actually permitting with our permits then is the act of constructing the item as opposed to the permanency of the item.
Right, yeah, the franchise agreement gives them the right to exist there, and then the permit gives them a right to build it, to actually install it there, and then the franchise agreement lets them keep it there to operate their system, for as long as the franchise agreement allows.
Okay, I have some additional questions, but I'll yield.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Actually, City Attorney, are you online? Did you want to answer the initial question about the difference between the master and the franchise?
Certainly. By code, we offer franchises. I can't tell. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay. By municipal code, we offer franchises to utilities and cable. And if they're considered utilities and cable, but sometimes there is a federal law that exempts them from having a franchise, for example, certain telecommunications providers, then instead we do a license agreement. So everybody else except for public utilities, cable, we do a license agreement to allow them to utilize our right of way. So does that answer the question?
Does that answer your question, Mayor Pro Tem?
It does. It brings up another curiosity, though, as to how many master license agreements the city currently has in place.
Well, we just drafted that agreement when I came on. So we had several license agreements and some non-uniform forms. So since I have come on and we've started using that agreement, I believe we've only entered into 2. But Tim may know more than me. He's the keeper of the franchise or the license agreements, rather.
So I think I don't know specific, but I think there's maybe 5 total. But where we get the high volume is each of those has their own individual site-specific agreement. There's probably like 50 to 75 of those that piggyback onto that master agreement. So I'd have to look at the records there and see how many master agreements we have, and then the individuals. Like I said, I think we actually just did a list of the individuals. We can share with you to know how many. But those individuals, I know Verizon is really hitting us pretty good lately with a lot of individual fiber agreements to build out part of their network anyway. They seem to come in with some various sections of road they're interested in working in. But yeah, the masters are not too many more, but the individuals do add up as they come in for each section they want to build.
Thank you, Deputy Director. Member Woodward.
Thank you. Regarding franchise fees or franchise agreements, what is the typical term in length of years of a franchise agreement?
I need Tamara, city attorney Niles, to help me a little bit. I believe it's 25 years, I think, is what Excel's was, and I think Comcast as well. Do you remember city attorney Niles? Is that right?
I was going to guess around 20 years. I don't have the exact answer. I do know that our Comcast franchise is currently expired. We've been operating under an expired agreement. So we are currently renegotiating that. And I will find the exact answer and get that to you, Councilmember Woodward. I apologize. I don't know it off the top of my head.
Okay, thank you. And is typically the fee for that, a franchise fee that they're charging, and that we are charging, that's what's being negotiated?
I think it's that as well as some of there's like stuff about co-location and stuff. If they're putting in conduits or something in the right of way, the city wants the opportunity to maybe use some of that capacity or that space for maybe a city utility or something like that. So there's different negotiations for maybe to benefit the city, with what they're doing. Is there a way the city can maybe piggyback on some of the things they're doing? So there's various types of terms and things that are negotiated based on needs.
Okay. And with regard to the master license agreement, is that a similar type lease term or term?
Let me think on the master license agreement there. I think I'd have to have City Attorney Niles help me again with that. I'm not sure we have an expiration on that or not. Do you remember, City Attorney Niles, did we put an expiration on those?
I am looking it up right now.
Okay, yeah, sorry, I should have had that ready to go. I think they're definitely shorter than a franchise agreement. I don't think they're the 20-year type thing. I think I want to say between 5 and 10 years, we make them renew that just to make sure they're still using it and still valid.
Okay.
They'll see if she can find a City Attorney Niles wrote the agreement, so she should know right where to look in the agreement for it.
While she's doing that, go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to say, unfortunately, it's 30 pages. So we tried to cover every potential issue, which made it quite long.
In the meantime, do you have another question, Member Woodward?
Yes, I do. The three types of permits. Now, if somebody, let's say Excel, it comes through the alleys and trims the trees to stay away from the lines, which they do they need a permit for that?
Yes, that would be an occupancy permit they would get for something like that.
Okay. And so when they do that, occupants of those two streets where that alley separates them, they're not notified until they open their garage door and there's a truck.
Yeah, the residents would be notified in something like that to make sure that people can get in and out and to know that they have to go one way or the other down the alley. They can't go, the alley's closed to through traffic. So that is part of the notification. We require them to make sure people can get in and out of their garage. We don't want somebody to get trapped in their garage because there's a big truck trimming a tree or something for a couple hours. So we do make sure they coordinate that before they close off that section to make sure people get where they need to go.
Great, appreciate that. And my last question then was Public Works fee schedule. I see on here, it's effective January 1, 2023. Have we done a comparison or an increase on permit fees recently, or how does that work? I mean, I'm just wondering if we're competitive with other metro cities.
Yeah, we haven't done any comparison in the last 3 years anyway. That is something we try to do probably every 5 years or so. It's a good idea. And that is something we're looking at doing again here, I think, to make sure we are still competitive with other cities. From what I understand, talking to contractors, our fees are similar to what other cities charge them for that type of work. But it's still good to kind of understand how other cities charge the fees and how they're set up. Because I think it is somewhat unique. The Englewood charges by the hour for some of the fees. I think that's a little unique. Some cities have kind of a lump sum amount for different types of work or more of a unit price based on the footage or quantity of work you're doing. So that is something we haven't done recently, at least in the last 3 years, and something we'll be coming up on again to make sure we are still within the norm for the metro area.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Woodward.
Council-
Go ahead, City Attorney.
I have the answers to the questions. Under the master license agreement, it's negotiable as to the term, but we wrote that if it's left blank, it is assumed to be 10 years. But it can be negotiable. As far as the franchise, Tim was correct. We have a maximum term of 25 years.
Thank you, City Attorney. Member Noonan-Camp.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I have a couple questions specifically about the notification process. So I've had a couple of experiences this year where residents have reached out to me or shared their experience where someone has started digging in the right-of-way that appears to them to be in their yard, and they were not notified. And so you mentioned that notification is required, and I actually submitted a council request on this in July. And in that response, it made it seem like we're requiring it maybe only for businesses, and there was something about a letter a week before, and then a door hanger the day before. Can you just walk us through exactly who all is getting notified and by what manner?
Sure. So yeah, that is something we did clarify our process on that. We had a little bit of a loophole, I think, there. We weren't following up to make sure which houses are getting the notices and what isn't, just to make sure they were, because we get it with the application, but we need to follow through and make sure it's actually being distributed in the field, and our inspectors have been instructed to do a little more proactiveness on that to make sure it happens. We actually had a situation today where we had to tell a contractor to stop working because they hadn't notified. You know, they always like to tell us, oh yeah, I put out all these notices, and then you go look and they didn't. So we've been a little better at making sure that those notices actually go out. So the typical process though is that, like I said earlier, we kind of base it on the traffic control plan and how big of an area they're going to impact of the right of way. We'll make sure all the people adjacent to the work zone are notified. And especially if we're gonna be up, you know, behind the sidewalk there in the area that's kind of between their yard and the sidewalk to make sure. But there have been a couple of instances where contractors, and it's obvious when they haven't notified, when somebody comes out and is very surprised by the work, we know that you must not have notified these people or they wouldn't have been surprised by what you're doing. So we have gotten more proactive in making sure that notification takes place, because there was some, I think we were trusting contractors a little too much that they were doing that. And sure, I put all these out, and contractors are famous for kind of jumping around doing things last minute. And they, we 48 hours means 48 hours. We want at least 2 days notice so people can plan ahead if they need to move their vehicle or get in and out of their driveway. So it's a 48-hour notice that they have to tell them before the construction work begins.
And it's a letter, is that how it's distributed? Or does it put in their mailbox?
So it's basically a door hanger. They'll hang it on the front door. It's a card with a hole in it they can hang on the front doorknob or the screen door. So that's typically what most contractors do. That's a card that goes on each front door to notify people that of what's happening. And for those that are really going to be impacted, there's sometimes they'll knock on the door and actually talk to the people to make sure they know, hey, this is what's happening. You look out your window and see this is what all these trucks are about, and it's what they're doing. Because if you don't know what somebody's doing out in the street, it can be very concerning and alarming. Why are they all focused around my house, or what are we doing? And so we have been, I think your council request did open up some eyes that maybe we need to be a little more proactive in following through to make sure they are actually notifying who they say they're going to notify. And we have been doing a lot better at that to make sure that doesn't happen.
And just to be explicit here for me, because I'm finding a little bit of confusion between the council request response and tonight, we notify every single person who is affected based on the traffic plan of a right-of-way in construction, whether it's a business or a resident, correct?
Correct, yeah, I should respond. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's whatever property accesses that section of the road, whether it's business or a house, we will notify everybody.
And it's not a letter and a door hanger like this says. It's just one door hanger, and it's just 48 hours in advance.
Yeah, typically for construction, it's just a door hanger 48 hours in advance. I think the master license agreement requires that we put a new condition in there that's where the 2-week written notification comes from. So for those newer, I think those 2 that we've issued of those master license agreements, they are under the requirement to do a 2-week ahead of time mailer to each property to say, hey, this work is coming in the next couple weeks. And so those mainly come from the utility owner rather than the contractor. They come from like CenturyLink or AT&T or whatever, that, hey, we're going to be upgrading our system in your neighborhood in the next couple of weeks. This contractor is who we have coming, and then the actual contractor then will notify of the construction saying, hey, I'm the contractor hired by AT&T to come and put this in.
Something that I've experienced with citizens is that they don't understand maybe that the right of way actually belongs to the city, and even though it feels like it's in their yard, that it's not their yard. Is there any kind of language that we require on that door hanger identification that explains what right of way is?
That's typically not something we've done. That is a good idea, though. I think you got a good point about, we do get a lot of people wondering, they assume that's their yard all the way to the sidewalk. So I think that is a good, something we can add to the process when we do know that they're gonna be working behind the sidewalk like that. I think that's a very valid, part of the notification to let them know, we are gonna be working behind the walk, but it's still within public right of way. And I think that's very valid. That's something we can implement, very quickly here. I think that's a good point to kind of cut off some of those calls and surprises once again when people realize that, the right of way extends to here. And it's a good reminder for contractors as well to respect that piece there and not get too far up into the yard. We got some contractors that get a little aggressive and then think they can go a little further back than they realize. So I think that's a good thing we can definitely add to the process.
I appreciate that. I think, it makes sense why people maybe are a little bit surprised, and I appreciate the customer service that you're bringing to the work. And then the last thing I would just add as a thought for you guys to consider is when it comes to contractors who are violating our processes, right? They're working without a permit, they're starting work without notification. Do we have the right, for lack of a better term, teeth in our ordinances to ensure that those things not only don't happen, but if they do happen, there's a proper accountability structure? I know we discussed this last time we had a study session, so I won't belabor it, but that is something I think for staff to consider if we have a gap there that we can fill appropriately. So thank you.
Yes, yeah, I think the code is written well. It's just a matter of enforcing, like you said. There are certain contractors that I think try to take advantage of things or pretend the rule doesn't exist. It's just a matter of pointing it out to them. And most of the time, when we do talk to a contractor about something, they're violating a rule or something, they comply pretty quickly. Like the one today, they knew right away they were caught red-handed. You said you were going to notify Friday, you didn't notify Friday, you can't work today, and it was pretty obvious. And it's just a matter of the inspectors being conscientious and aware of that and understanding how that works and the keys to look at. Because, like I say, a lot of times contractors will, sure, I notified everybody, and why are there no notices anywhere? I mean, not everybody picks up the notice right away. There's usually one or two still sitting on the door somewhere that you can know that if they did or not. And this one today was very obvious, and they admitted it, and they're now going to notify and come back after they notified. So it's starting to take effect. The inspectors understand that a little better now. I think how you can verify if that's happened or not, rather than just taking somebody's word for it. You can actually check and make sure they've actually done what they said they were going to do.
Deputy Director, I was just going to ask a question just to piggyback off of that, but how do you become aware that work is being done without following the proper processes or without a permit?
So that's usually the way we catch those is other city employees driving around, or we get residents sometimes that'll call and say, what's going on? And we'll look and say, there should be nothing going on in front of your house. And we'll send somebody out and say, you guys don't have a permit. So it's really a lot of, kind of policing by residents in the community to let us know that there's a lot of times if there's not a permit, the work kind of stands out that it's probably not permitted because they're like doing some goofy thing, and it's like, this doesn't even look right, or their traffic control isn't set up very well, and it's pretty obvious they're just trying to sneak in and get it done without us knowing. So we do get notified by other city departments and residents, and then we send somebody out and we address those things. And we obviously require them to get a permit and charge them double for the permit, so they hopefully remember next time that it is a requirement and that we take that seriously. So it's kind of a word of mouth there. We have lots of eyes out there that are helping us to keep track of that.
I guess just to piggyback off of that as well, but the city departments, they're not actively, proactively looking for these, unpermitted projects.
No, like I said, there's just a lot of times you can see if there's a guy out there digging a hole in the street and there's no signage or anything, and he's, he just looks like he's just disheveled. Because you can tell a proper traffic control setup pretty easily on a street. They got warning signs and cones, and some of these guys, they try to sneak in and out, and it's pretty obvious that they're trying to pull a fast one. So, and sometimes, it's the other way, that they actually do have a permit, and they're just not following it or something. We've got to address it with them and say, here's your approved traffic plan, and it doesn't look like what's here right now, and we have to address that. But it's, sometimes, we catch, sometimes they're actually permitted, and they're just need to be kind of counseled on the requirements for the city, so.
Thank you, Deputy Director. Mayor Pro Tem.
On the subject of teeth that Councilwoman Nunekamp brought up, you mentioned the double permit fee for doing work without a permit. And I'd just like to suggest that this might be an opportunity for us to actually level a fine, like an actual bona fide fine. You came into our city, you tried to get away with something that you knew was against the law, And just like somebody who speeds down South Broadway at 45 miles an hour, you're gonna pay a fine, and that fine is gonna hurt. And then, for a period of X amount of time, we're gonna tell you that your business doesn't get to operate in the city of Englewood. We're not gonna allow you to pull any permits, and you just lost whatever money you had. So I'd propose to this council that that would be a solution that shows that we have an interest in ensuring that our public right-of-way is protected.
Yeah, so our rules now do allow us to rescind their contractor's license if they continue to disobey and then not recognize our rules. So we do have that power to not allow them to work in the right of way for a period of time based on a past transgressions or whatever. But we do not have the biggest cost thing right now is the double permit fee. We do not have a fine, and that is certainly something to consider. But we can revoke contractor licenses, and that definitely gets their attention. I think that gets their attention more than a fine, because they realize, work is money. If they can't work, they're not gonna make their money. So if and plus, if one city pulls their contractor license, every city hears about it, and they don't want that. That's a bad reputation for their company, because most of these companies work in multiple cities. So that, usually when we have to go to that extreme, now these companies wake up and realize that we are going to take your license away if you can't listen and follow our rules. So my suggestion anyway is that that's much more effective than a fine, because sometimes they pay the fine and think it's going to be forgotten. But if you revoke a contractor license, it gets around very quickly. The word in the contracting community gets around very quickly.
Yeah, I'd suggest both, and I think a fine has an added public benefit. You have come in and you've harmed the public, and this is how you pay your restitution to the public for that harm. The other concern that I have in seeing the presentation tonight is that it's noted that a permit expires 6 months after it's issued. However, there's nothing in the permit scheme that I can tell that requires the contractor to notify the city when the work is to begin. So if we issue the permit and we say you have a 6-month window to complete this work, how do we know that we need to go to the site and make sure that they're complying with the traffic plan, and make sure that they've properly notified residents, and make sure that they've followed all of the stipulations on their permit? I would suggest that it would be better for us to provide a shorter time window, maybe not for permit expiration, but to require as a term of the permit, when do you intend to do this work? When can we expect to go out and send our inspectors and see your crews out there? And when can neighbors actually expect this project to be done?
So, right, I should have mentioned that is actually on the application form. They have to tell us the specific days they're gonna do the work, but if they keep putting it off, after 6 months, we tell them you don't get a permit anymore. You obviously don't know what you're planning to do here. So we do have those dates on the permit but we do allow them to shift it if they need to for whether something else comes up. But we do, yeah, it's not just a 6 months, come whenever you want. We do have that's how we know to come out and inspect it as well. They call in, this is when I'm gonna do the work, and then they call in and confirm they're gonna do the work, and that's how we know to send an inspector by to check out what they're doing. So that is on the permit already, but they just have if they don't schedule the work within 6 months, that's when it expires. So, but they do have to schedule with us before they can just jump out and get started anytime.
Yeah, I just want to recognize that we've had a lot of lessons learned recently, as you've indicated. This concern in particular was spurred by the recent project in my neighborhood at Union and Galapago. And I reviewed all 3 of the permits that were issued on that project, and they did have a time window, but the work did not occur during that time window. So obviously we can't make up for what happened previously, but my hope is, and I'm hearing from you tonight, that going forward, we should expect that type of thing not to happen again.
That is another lesson learned about those time windows on the permit and making sure those are being followed. I think sometimes, once again, we assume the contractor's gonna do what they say on their permit, but we need to be more proactive in making sure that is actually happening. That, if they say they're gonna start on a day and they don't, we get a hold of them and say, what are you doing? You've told us you're gonna start, where are you? And so we are following up and making sure, once again, they're notifying that they're doing the work when they say they're gonna do the work. Those are definitely things that we need to, the processes are there, we just need to follow them, and we have had a discussion with our inspection staff about that and how to permit review and make sure that they are actually doing what they say they're gonna do.
Thank you.
Member Russell.
Thank you. So along that lines, are we fully staffed with inspection staff, or are we understaffed there?
So right now, we do have 2 vacancies right now. We've just made an offer to one of those 2 vacancies. So we have a total of 4 construction inspectors in Public Works right now. 2 are filled, and hopefully we'll have this 3rd vacancy filled here within a month or so, and then the 4th is still open. So we do have 1 vacancy right now.
So should that be enough help to make sure that you follow through on the inspections?
So actually, what we've done to address that is we have one of our engineering staff helping with the permit review now to make sure that we are looking at all the documents and we have a complete package, because what ends up happening is our inspection supervisor ends up having to help with some of the inspection work, and they typically are the one that looks at the permits. So we have one of our engineers helping out in the interim to make sure that we are looking at the applications and that we do have enough time to go out and verify what's going on in the field.
Okay, and is there any way to automate the inspection dates? I mean, so it would come up on software that you need to inspect this today, or you're just doing it manually?
So actually, it's kind of a little bit of both, I guess. It's manually put into the permit system, and then it comes up on the inspector's iPad that they have to be at a certain location between these hours today. So it's more of when the inspection is basically called in verbally. I don't think we have the technology just yet to do electronic inspection requests. I think it's still a verbal. They'll call our permit technician, they'll put it into the system, and it'll show up on the inspector's iPad, letting them know when they need to be at certain locations.
Thank you very much. And it's easy for things to fall through the crack if there isn't a process or reminder.
Right.
Thank you.
Any further questions from council? I don't see none. Deputy Director, thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 6, we have Director of Utilities, Peter Van Rye, and Englewood Utilities and South Platte, Interim Utilities Deputy Director, Josh Roach, here to talk about the on-call water line repair services contracts. Good evening, Director.
Good evening. We're here to talk about line breaks, actually. So Josh is with me today. He has an example of one of the line breaks that's occurred this year. You can see that that's a blowout break, and when those happen, that's on a 4-inch main. Those are self-excavating, so they'll dig their own hole. So there's a lot of pressure, and they'll excavate right out. So this is the kind of thing that we're talking about today is our response and how we've blended our approach to utilize in-house staff and contract staff to address line breaks this year. So we're going to talk about some of the backgrounds and some of the data that have gotten us to where we're at today, and then we'll give you a preview of what's going to come to council next week for actual approval for contracts for on-call contractors. So we've actually plotted some information relative to our line breaks this year, and you can see over the last 5 years there's an upward trend. We to date, when this slide was prepared, there was 58 line breaks. We've had 2 in the last week. We had 1 yesterday. And so we're up approaching 60. That's about double the AWWA standard. So when we get to 60, we're hitting a point where our system is breaking more readily than what the standard says it should for a system of our size. It's generally about 30 to 35 per 10,000 accounts. We have 11,000 accounts, so you can see that's somewhere 35, 38. And you can see there's an upward 5-year trend. And so this past year there has been a lot more breaks than in years past, but you can see where we hit those 40s a couple years ago, and it dipped in 2021. That could be because people were doing less because of COVID. It's hard to tell. Some of it's weather related, some of it's demand related, but you can see where the trend in general is upward. We've also plotted over the last 5 years where the breaks are. So you can kind of see that you'll see some pockets. So in the southeast part of the city, there's a pocket where there seems to be a number of breaks. And so we're taking that information to look at how the system operates in that area to see if there's something that's happening with pressures or something like that that's causing an excessive amount of breaks. You can also see that there's other parts of the city that haven't experienced any breaks in the last 5 years. The Broadway corridor has a little bit of you can see there's somewhat of a concentration along there. And then if you look up to the hill, there seems to be a sporadic amount up on the northwest part of the city. And so this information is really helping us start to hone in on where we focus our first line replacement work, so that we're doing it places that we have an idea are prone to breaks. And so if you see the window there, that's one of our main transmission mains that heads to the west on the south end of the city. And that one's had a lot of breaks. You can see that one since 1997, it's failed 21 times. And you can see that one spot right along the curb there where it's broken more than 10 times. So this indicates to us that this is a high priority line that needs to be replaced. And so this one has moved up in terms of priority in terms of that replacement. Now, we'll probably not do the full length under the river because I think that actually overhangs on a bridge. But what you can see where the river corridor part of it is pretty stable. It's that part to the west and that part near Broadway that seems to be prone to a lot of breaks. So we'll look at how we optimize fixing this one. But it because it has had so many breaks and it is such a high priority line, it's a 16-inch transmission main. It's something that we've accelerated in terms of our response. Causes. So most of our system is made up of iron or steel, and you can see that the materials are steel, ductile iron or cast iron, ductile or cast iron. The copper and lead are service lines, so those are service line breaks that we also respond to. And so you can see the 9% actually corresponds to service line failure, which is the 9% over there. And you can see how it breaks. Corrosion is just where over time it corrodes, the soil will corrode it, and then it'll just blow out. Full circle is where it breaks all the way around. Pressure split, that was actually the first photo in the slide deck. You can see there's a split along the longitudinally on the line as well. But you can see our system is steel or iron and getting older. And so as corrosion continues to build over time, it just weakens the system. Its natural effect of iron or steel. So we've looked at it from a financial perspective. So over the last couple of years, we've been engaged in this pilot approach of utilizing external contracting resources as well as in-house. When I first started as director of utilities, we did everything in-house. And so it was really like somewhat of this whack-a-mole approach where we'd go do a break and then we'd go do another break and we'd have multiple breaks in a week and you'd have people with extensive amounts of overtime, and it was hard to schedule ongoing programmatic services like flushing and valve exercising and things that are more routine in nature that you want to do on a more scheduled basis. So what we did is we engaged with contractors. We've been here before talking about some of the contractors that we've used and brought forth initial contracts and then change orders. And part of that was because we were trying to dial in what's the right amount to contract out versus the amount to do in-house. So generally we split about, for this data, it's about, there's 24, I believe it's 24 in-house and 28 contracted out. And you can see that difference in cost. It's generally a little bit less than half for an in-house crew to do it, and externally the contractor crews are $11,000. That's a little bit skewed because when it's a real significant break, we have to bring in external resources because we don't have those capabilities, and those are just expensive breaks to fix. We had one last year right around the New Year's Eve that was right next to the hospital. That was a very expensive break because it caused a bunch of damage to the road and sidewalks. Whereas if it's a service line break or something on a side street, it's something our crews can handle more readily. So what we've done is we've looked at what's the right blend. What's the right blend of in-house staff versus external contracting? And keeping in mind that staff vacancies continues to be an issue. We are almost fully staffed. I think we're one short of our full crews right now. And you can see what it requires. So an in-house staff, it requires a team of 5. So if you put someone on a crew on a 12-hour break fix, then that occupies a lot of time away from programmatic work. They often happen, for some reason, they choose after hours or weekends to occur more frequently. They don't generally always occur during the workday. The one, we had one yesterday, which is the crews were out on Sunday fixing the break. And I talked about the fact that when we're doing that unscheduled work and that emergency response work, the programmatic work gets deprioritized, and that's why we've gone many years exercising certain valves. And so now when we exercise the valve breaks because it hasn't been moved in 15 years. And so then we exercise a valve and the valve breaks, and then we have a crew coming in right behind them that replaces the valve, and then we have a brand new valve, at which point then we want a programmatic process to exercise that valve. That's really what came out of the master planning process. Was there were a number of programmatic operational activities that we want to ensure that we're doing more routinely. So valve inspection and exercising, flushing, converting those flat rate meter accounts that we've talked about, which has a lead service line component related to it as well. All of that is on our longer term, more programmatic approach to addressing the distribution system, as well as the really just having that strategic mind as it relates to getting away from the whack-a-mole approach to we're predictably going through and addressing things, while at the same time having a crew that we can call upon because it is more affordable to do it in-house. So it's really trying to balance those two things. So what we have come up with is we went out for an RFP a couple of years ago, and we had 3 contractors that we deemed were responsive to the bid. We've worked with them over the past year, and they have been responsive. And when we call upon them, they respond in short order and in the required amount of time. And so that's Brandon, CNL, and Global. And so what we're recommending, since we have the number of breaks that we've got this year, and what we'll be bringing to council next week, is $200,000 as an on-call for each one of those contractors. Now, we are not anticipating spending $600,000 on line breaks. What it does is it gives us the flexibility to utilize contractors that are maybe more available, because we have called where 2 of the contractors are unavailable and the 3rd contractor is available, and we're running up against the contract limit. So we think this gives us the flexibility to be able to, if one contractor is more responsive, to not get to a point where we run out of run out of the funds, but it by no means guarantees that we're going to contract out $600,000 worth of work. I think if you look at the information from last year, we were just over $300,000 that we've contracted out versus the $125,000 that we've done in-house. So that's what will be coming to council next week is 3 renewals of those contracts at a limit of $200,000. We think that'll prevent us from continuing to come back. We've come back a few times on change orders because we were trying to dial in the right number. We started them out at $90,000. We determined that wasn't enough, and then we came back for a $40,000 change orders. We think this is based on the data that we have and the frequency that we're seeing. We think this gives us the right flexibility to be able to address things efficiently. That is what we're doing with line breaks.
Director, thank you so much. Member Russell.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. So what is the notification process when the line breaks and you shut off the water?
So what we'll do is the crew will go out and assess the break to begin with, and as soon as we understand if it needs to be responded to immediately, then crew members will go door to door to notify people that we are going to have to immediately shut off the water. Typically what happens is you'll see water seeping up through the pavement or something like that, which gives us time to schedule it and then provide that notification of the street that's impacted. If we're shutting people off, they are all getting a door hanger, and I believe, do they get an in-person visit? It's a house-to-house notification that if their line is if their water is going to be shut off for a period of time. We try to minimize those outages. It's also what's important. It illustrates why it's so important to have functioning valves, because then we can limit the impact. If a valve doesn't work and we have to go farther, then we potentially put more people out of service.
Okay, the reason I asked this question is I do believe in the line break yesterday, the houses did get notified, but there's a church on the corner and the water was off to the building and they didn't know it when they first got there. So,
Okay.
so anyway, is there a process in notifying? I mean, maybe when the line break occurred, nobody was at the church yet.
Yeah, we can follow up with the church on that one and see exactly what happened. Typically, we'll like Josh said, we'll knock on doors to try and make sure everybody's aware that if their water's out or what time it's going to be out. But we can follow up on that church and figure
Okay.
out what.
I appreciate that. And then, are there any wood water mains left in the city?
I don't believe so. So, I don't believe so. I have a chunk of one of the old wood water mains. I'm not gonna say definitively because I don't know what's underground, but my 99.9% guess is that there's not anything there, and if it is there, it's probably leaking, so we probably would have found it and replaced it anyway. So I'm not gonna say 100% yes, but I'm gonna say as close to 100 as possible.
So if you come across one, would you just tell us? I mean, just out of curiosity, because that's been a long time.
If we come across a wood line, we'll pull it out and we'll try to pull, and then we'll probably like clean it up and make it a display because they are fascinating. A lot of the old systems in Colorado were originally wood lines, and I've seen some other utilities I've worked at. We've had pieces of them, and I actually have one piece that was one that was found in Englewood several years ago. That was in the director's office, and so I rescued that to make sure it didn't disappear, and that's currently in my office. We can bring it to the next time we do one of these, and we can see it.
I actually have seen it. That's why I knew there was wood water line. So, just one other question. I know a few years ago, down probably close to Shenango and Broadway, it might have been between Union and Shenango, the water main broke. I think actually a fire hydrant. Somebody hit the fire hydrant, created a break in the water line, and then I guess this is a question. Do they shut off the valve and then fix that? Because then the valve failed and they went back 3 sections before the valve would hold.
Yeah, that's part of the problem with our system, and why we want those valve exercising programs in place is because if we're in a controlled environment where we're exercising a valve where we're not trying to respond to a break and we break the valve, it's easier to get in and replace that valve as opposed to being in an emergency situation. We're trying to find a spot to isolate and we keep going back farther and farther because the valves either don't fully shut or it breaks off as we're trying to turn it. So that's actually a lot of what we're looking to address by being more programmatic in our approach to valves, because that's something we do experience.
And so the water plan, are we going to systematically start replacing water lines?
Yeah, so we have $2 million a year in there, and so that line that I showed on here that had all those breaks, that comes out of that budget line item. Additionally, this contracted work comes out of that line item as well, and so we have programmed in that money on an annual basis, and we want to do that in perpetuity so that over the course of 60 or 70 years, you replace the entire system, and then you start replacing it again. And that's just a more effective way to ensure that the system stays modernized enough that it doesn't require a wholesale investment in replacing massive amounts of the system.
Thank you. Then just one other question, because I know that Denver, I believe, is replacing their water lines. Somebody told me that the city of Denver sent them Brita water filters to filter their water because they weren't able to get to this area where this person lives quickly. Does Brita water filters remove lead?
So the reason for the Brita water filters is that's a lead protection approach that came out of the Denver Water's work with CDPHE to respond to what's called optimal corrosion control. And so one of the ways that you provide optimal corrosion control is you put in what's an orthophosphate, so phosphate-based chemical into the water, and that helps to reinforce the lining. The problem with that is then you create a problem on the wastewater side because we spend all that money removing phosphorus. And so Metro Wastewater and Denver Water worked with the city, or worked with CDPHE to establish an alternative approach. And so those Brita filters go out to everyone that has an identified lead service line within the city of Denver, or Denver Water's service area.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that.
Member Anderson.
I just turned my mic off. Thank you, Director Van Dyke. My question, and you kind of answered part of it, is this, where the budget line item for these 200,000 is there a total of $600,000 in the budget for this then? Or since you're not expecting to use all of this, does it come out to a lower number total? You mentioned the $2 million. Is this just a subset of that? How does that all work out?
So the line item itself has 2 million in it. Mm-hmm. The on-calls total 600,000. So we have to make sure that the line item, that the on-calls don't exceed the line item, because we don't want to somehow issue more work than what we have in the on-calls. Then we manage the on-calls in relative to the line items. And our management of the on-calls tell us that the total that we anticipate using in the year is probably somewhere around 350,000. But we account for it to make sure that if we, for some reason, utilize 500,000, that the budget line item is there. So as we work through the year, we pay attention to that line item, which then as we understand what our usage rate is of those on-call contracts, we can then determine whether we can put more money to specific replacement projects as well.
Okay, thank you.
Member Noonan-Camp.
Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate the data-driven approach that you're taking, and it definitely is a very challenging experience and challenging issue for our city. I can't think of a better way to say this, it's not a pun, but are we underwater on our system? If we're experiencing double the amount of breaks than what should be, considering industry standard, and we obviously know we have an old system, we're trying to replace lines as many as we can within our budget cycle. Can we keep up with the demand? Do you understand what I'm saying? Is this the best use of funds to keep trying to fix them, or is there a better way to think about this on the front end? Just like a high level, can you help me understand?
Yeah, so we have to right now because we don't have necessarily another choice. I think the good thing about the data and that map is it does start to help us hone in on areas that we can focus that money more immediately, which should give us more bang for our buck as it relates to chronic failure points. I think there's also some work that we could potentially do with operations of the system to see if we're causing some way we're moving water through the system is creating some kind of a pressure surge that might be too much for the system to handle. So from a distribution system optimization perspective, we're looking at how we move things through move water through, and from a capital perspective, we're looking at that ongoing data set as to where the lines, where the breaks are really occurring, and then focusing first on those, and then over time, ideally we'll get down back to where we're maybe within what's the normal rate. I think it's too early to tell if the system age is outpacing our ability to catch up in the near term. Mm-hmm. But I would say that over the next 3 to 5 years we'll have a better answer, because by then we'll have 10 years of plotted data. We'll be able to see how the system is responding to some of the operational changes, and we'll also see if we're reducing the total number of breaks because we're getting some of these chronic areas taken care of.
That's helpful. I appreciate it, and I appreciate the plan. I think providing water to our citizens is, if not the most important, one of the most important services that the city provides, and so investing in making sure that that happens as easily and efficiently as possible, I think, is a wise investment, so I appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll go to Member Woodward, then Member Anderson.
Just one question. Are we replacing then these larger pipes with the plastic type material pipe, or how does that work?
It's usually PVC or steel. So we'll do a coated steel depending on what the designer says is the right application for it.
And so does PVC, do we get PFAS from that?
I don't know that there's a link between PVC and PFAS. I've never heard of one. PFAS is for waterproofing. PVC is just inherently plastic, and so it doesn't need waterproofing applied to it, whereas PFAS is a waterproofing chemical application to like a metal or something like that. So
I thought, from what I understood, it was basically anything that's Teflon or plastic.
Teflon, yes. Plastic, not necessarily all plastic is PFAS.
Okay. All right, thank you.
We can look it up. I actually, we can see. I haven't heard of a connection, but we'll look and just make sure.
It would be interesting to know if,
Yeah.
you know, especially if the EPA is going to make us with wastewater treatment at some point in the future, get it all out of there, and then we end up with it in our drinking water.
The predominance of new distribution systems that go in are PVC pipe, and that's because they don't corrode. So you don't end up with that corrosion like you see on that pipe there.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Member Anderson.
I thought Member Nunnenkamp's question was a really good one about whether or not we're, underwater or whatever for our system. And I want to dig in on that just a little bit more. If we're putting $2 million a year towards replacing all of our lines, like if we were able to put all of that towards it, how long of a time frame are we looking at to update the entire system?
From a distribution system perspective, at $2 million a year, I would say that that's probably a 60-year cycle, which is typically how you would do this when you start a new system. You get to the point where you get past the useful life. You can't go all the way through useful life on it because you have to, otherwise you're exceeding useful life. So there's a balance to this. I think the more important piece is recognizing is investing in an ongoing program that, as opposed to a one-off program where there's one project and then there's no investment in the distribution system for 4 or 5 years or 6 years. Because if the system is holding together well and there's not corrosion and it's flowing fine, you don't necessarily have to replace it. You want to replace the areas that are having corrosion issues and issues related to maybe some calcification inside or something like that. So it's not all or nothing. It's where you actually, it's where data and analytics really helps you spend money more wisely. And when you add this to the priorities around taste and odor and some of the work at the Allen plant and the work at the pump stations, you see there's a massive amount of things that we're balancing, but we need to be advancing all of them at the same time, which is what we're doing with this. We're just looking to incorporate a whole lot of data into how we make those decisions, which is why we're presenting this today, is so that you understand how we've approached the in-house versus external contractor approach and why we're doing it that way. I hope that's helped a little bit.
I think it's helpful. I guess the concern I have, it would be that if we're we're kind of planning on putting up to 350, that means we're at just over 1.6, 1.7 million to the programmatic aspect of it. Well, if that turns out to be 500,000 that we had to put into it, now we're continually decreasing the programmatic aspect just to keep up with the keep up with what's breaking as we go. So I think you're on doing the right things, but this is something I would want kind of an update on next year. How much did we spend? Was it enough? Do we need to look at the budgeting priority, increase that number towards the make sure we have enough to cover that programmatic aspect of it over the long term?
And I think it's a great suggestion for us to do an annual update on this program, because it can fluctuate. Next year we might find that, hopefully we find that there's 30 line breaks next year and we've spent far less. We're not going to rely on it, but I think now that we've established the data, we've established the difference between contracting out versus in-house, to be able to build that data set over time and report back on it will help the council guide us in terms of where to prioritize ultimately the funds that we have, the limited funds that we have come try again to address the water system.
Good, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
The pipe that you brought tonight, is that the full segment that was replaced when it broke? Is that indicative of a typical patch, or was there more?
That's the full segment on that one.
So I'm curious, not being an engineer, and knowing that, you know, these sites are often quite hectic and there's a desire to work as quickly as possible. Is it possible to fix more at a time so that we don't do 15 fixes on Union Avenue all in the same basic area?
So I think the example we're showing is probably not the best way to go. To your point, that one probably should have been, that section probably should have been replaced a while ago. I just don't know that the data had ever been visually mapped to be able to say, well, obviously, why do we keep fixing this? I think it's hard to say, should we have gone 100 feet either side of that? Then it becomes a much more involved construction project. You've got service lines that you have to contend with. And so it's hard to really expand beyond the immediacy of the break fix. But being able to plot them and understanding, well, this keeps breaking in the same spot, maybe we should fix that line more broadly. That's why we're focusing on that line as one of the next priorities.
Okay, and that pivots into my next question. A few years back, I submitted a CORA request for water main breaks over a 4-year period from 2016 to 2019. And what I got back was handwritten logs. And I was astonished. Like, it looks like it came out of like a 3-ring notebook. You know, oh, I was at Delaware and Union today, or, you know, Dartmouth. And are we still maintaining handwritten logs, or have we joined the digital age and we're tracking these electronically now?
We've made a lot of advancements in the last 3 years, I would say. We've gotten rid of as many handwritten logs as possible. That's why they're plotted in GIS now. So as a break comes in, it goes into our GIS database, and that's why for the last 5 years we can actually map it. It was surprising to me how many things were still done in handwritten logs when I started, and I think we're slowly replacing those with at least systems that come into the early 2000s. You know, I mean, we're modernizing those systems, and we're definitely making a lot of advancements there as well. I think it's a wholesale overhaul, not just physical system-wide, but process-wide as well, to modernize the system as fast as we can.
And have we plotted just the past 5 years in GIS, or have we gone back to the previous records?
I don't know if have we gone.
Okay, awesome. And then my last question is in regards to one of these emergency contractor responses. We know we have a break. We know it's severe. It needs to be addressed right away. We call the contractor. Do we know how much it's going to cost when the contractor rolls out, or do we just commit to them taking a chunk of the contract, whatever number they give us, and they fix it?
We have unit pricing, and so what the contracts that we establish with them establish unit pricing, and so it's really a time and material based on the hourly rates that are agreed to in the contracts, and that's where we can generally get a sense. You know, if it's a thing by the hospital, that's going to cost, you know, tens of thousands of dollars. We had one. When I first started, it was in July. It was on the west side of town, and it put a lot of the city out of water for a period of time. That one, and plus it was about 25 feet deep. That one I think cost in excess of $30,000 to fix because it was so deep and it was such a large line. But it's as predictable as you can be with an on-call contract, in that it's got established rates that we go off of.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Director, thank you so much for the presentation tonight. And also, while you're away, I do want to extend my thanks to your team, specifically Deputy Director Stone, for helping me craft the response on water. So it's going to be part of the next Citizens. So definitely want to appreciate all the help that went into that. So
I will pass that along to her. She's very good at that stuff.
Yeah.
So I appreciate having her on the team.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, we're going to take a break. We'll continue with the 10-minute break. We'll come back at 7:50. Thank you. All right, everyone, we are back. We're now moving on to agenda item 8. We have Director Jackie Lowe here to give us an update on the August monthly financial. Good evening, Director.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm going to present to you the 2022 August General Fund financials by revenue and expenditures. Okay. Through August 2022, the city's general fund operating receipts total $43 million. This amount is 75.9% of budgeted revenue, or $4.9 million higher than the same time last year. The total operating revenue year to date is tracking 13% higher than the same time next year. So let's take a look at these major operating revenue line items. Through August 2022, the city has received $5.7 million in property tax. Of that total, $5.1 million went to the general fund, $385,000 went to EDDA, and the rest to debt service. And sales use tax at the end of August year to date, we received $26 million, which are 74.4% of fiscal budgeted revenue. The sales use tax received is 3.4 million higher than the same time last year, which is like 16.9% higher. Additionally, the total audits and voluntary disclosure collections amount to $205,000. Another major line item is marijuana tax, which is $223,000 lower than same time last year, but comparable to 2022 amount received. License and permits, we all know we received a large building permit, and we also adjust our revenue budget to reflect this $1.2 million in general fund. And charges and for services, this line items show the total dues to charge to the water and sewer funds. The total revenue is $606,000 higher in 2022. And the next one is investment earnings. You can see we have unrealized loss $302,000, and you can see the table to show the total interest earned year to date, unrealized gain and losses, and net investment earnings, what the negative $302,000 consists of from your package. But please remember, as council's request, we subtracted a one-time large revenue from the year-to-date report, such as 2022, we subtracted the one-time $138,000 for health insurance savings, and 2021, we subtracted the one-time health care saving of $251,000. This report shows the sales use tax revenue, the top 11 revenue sources. You can see at each category, the 2022 amount exceeds 2021. 2022 amount exceeds 2021. This is sales use taxes by comparison, compare the past 4 years. You can see the monthly comparison, the year-to-date, the monthly 2022 amount still exceeds the 2021, 2022, 2019, 2022, and 2021 numbers. This is a 5-year cumulative change in sales use tax collected. Since 2018, we have received $7.8 million. This is year-to-date sales use tax collection by area. That's another way to present the sales and use tax collection by area. And you can see there's refunds under 2021, 2022, 2021 at the same time. We had 155,000 tax refunds. At the end of August 2022, we had $88,000 refund. Let's take a look at operating expenditures. Operating expenditures year-to-date are 36 million or 61.7% of the budgeted expenditures. The total operating expenditures year-to-date are $930,000 or 2.6% higher than the same time last year. Like revenue, we subtract the one-time large expenditures from this report, but also exclude one-time COP debt service of 1.4 million because we paid 2 payments in 2022. And this is another way to show our operating expenditures by categories: personnel, commodities, contractual services, capital, and debt services. You can see the personnel for all the employee groups. We all increased 3.5% salaries for 2022. The contractual services, we did a quick analysis to see what the 602,000 variances consist of. The majority of the differences are due to IT, $300,000, and public works, $250,000. This is our operating surplus and shortfall compared to 2022-2021. You can see at the end of 2022, we had operating surplus 6.3 million, excluding one time. The same time last year, we had operating surplus of 2.4 million. This is a report to show the general fund transfer in and a transfer out. So at the end of it, so 2022, we had a net general fund transfers of 412,000. This is the fund balance composition. So please note, this surplus include one time. You can see the right column, the most far right column, 2022 year-to-date actual. Current fund balance, we have 21.7 million, which included net change in fund balance, 4.6 million. That include operating surplus and transfer in and transfer out. So what does that 21.7 million consist of? We have 1.8 million restricted for Tabor, 95,000 committed by council. Now there is ARPA funding restricted by the federal requirements, 404,000. If we use 16.7% of total revenue to calculate the unrestricted revenue, we have close to 10 million. This will leave 9.5 million unassigned fund balance. And also I want to reference the comment I made at the public hearing. I said we receive a mid-year rates and rules report issued by Vertex. Vertex is a tax compliance and software and service company. I received the report through CPA Practice Advisor. That report, I said, oh, for the most average U.S. Sales tax reaches all-time high. I said 10.17%. That is not an increase at a mid-year. That's the most average U.S. sales use taxes they hit. 10.17%. So, but this report is very interesting. It shows of all the municipality, probably 126 cities increase their taxes, 22 cities decrease the taxes. Also 22 cities added new taxes. So for the finance department, we talk about with the city because with the state, because Tabor, it's hard for us to increase taxes, but we can be creative with some fees. So we talk about some delivery fees, but we don't want to consider any fees that we need to collect them later. We probably could consider some fees at a point of sale. So the buyer have to pay the fees in order to get a transaction passed. So this is just a conversation. If we are ever considering any new taxes in the future, we could consider the head tax. So just want to share some information how we compare to other municipalities across the nation. So do you have any questions for our August financials?
Thank you, Director. Mayor Pro Tem.
I have a question on the $606,000 that goes is attributed to the admin fee for water. is that money accounted for in the increased cost for monthly billing, or is that just going into the general fund?
The general fund has been charging South Platte Renew and utilities for the services provided. So we did an admin study probably 15 years ago to charge similar to interdepartment charges to utilities. Then last year we did a one-time adjustment after like 15 years based on CPI. The dollar amount was probably over 400,000. And this year we're in the process of doing another admin study. We haven't had the final result yet.
Okay, it just seems like with the rate pressure that we're applying to our consumers, if we don't have a verifiable reason why we're collecting this $606,000, it might be something that we would want to reconsider.
I'm sorry, I'm not following why we are collecting this 600.
So it's a charge for service, right? We're charging
Correct.
on the water bill this,
Oh, no, don't. Okay.
right? Do I have this wrong? Because it's attributed to the increase in the admin fee on the water bills, is what I heard you say.
No, I don't believe the increase in rates are just to accommodate the interdepartment charges. That's more for debt services. We have to increase the rates to accommodate any potential financing activities.
Right, but we're talking about general fund dollars right now.
Correct.
And this $606,000 is coming from our water bills into the general fund as a fee for service. Services presumably provided by the general fund to our utilities. Do I have that right so far?
Yes, we charge water and sewer for the interdepartment services.
So my question is, what are we spending that $606,000 on? Is it just getting tucked into the general fund, or are we spending it on postage or extra money for the month to accommodate for the monthly bill? Do we have a reason why our ratepayers are paying this extra $606,000 that they weren't paying last year?
You mean why our citizens are paying this additional?
Yes, when a citizen comes to me and says, you charged me more this year than you did last year, and I say, yeah, $606,000 more across the city, what purpose does that serve?
But think about this, if the city departments are not providing the service to water, sewer, like IT, like mail, or even billing, we process the checks, then utilities have to outsource the work to someone else. You could outsource the central cashiering to the bank. How much will they charge? The one way or the other, utilities have to pay for services. If they want to pay someone else other than city departments for those services, we definitely can consider that. So,
and we're operating under the belief that the utilities are receiving $606,000 worth of services more this year than they were last year.
not more. We did the study 15 years ago. The rate has not been adjusted for 15 years until when we did the 2022 budgets.
Okay.
We did a one-time CPI adjustment.
Okay, I think I follow now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Member Woodward.
I have a more of a general question under the operating expenditures, specifically contractual services. Fire being a contractual service, fire and EMTs, Denver Health.
Mm-hmm.
When we receive, or maybe we don't receive, when an ambulance goes to somebody's house or whatever, and then charges them for that service, does Denver Health collect that? Do we collect that? If Denver Health collects it, is there anything from that is put against the contract as far as a credit toward the revenue side?
Yeah, I don't have answer to that question. We could request a council request, so the appropriate department can answer that question.
Okay. Was that clear?
Could you repeat the question, Member Woodward?
I'm asking on the the fire contract, fire Denver Health contract, when a Denver ambulance goes and services somebody that's sick, ill, or whatever, and then they charge them a fee for that. They get a bill in the mail. And the revenue from that, does that go directly to Denver Health? Or is there a portion of that that credits against what we're paying Denver Health for their service?
Thank you for the question, Member Woodward. No, there's no credit back to Englewood when they bill the resident. I'm not sure if that is billed through Denver Fire or Denver Health, but we are not seeing any of that revenue.
Okay.
Really, what our contract with Denver Fire calls for is those additional services to have the ambulance and EMS services available at any time, but there can be charges for service when they do dispatch.
Okay.
Not for fire, but for the ambulance service.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Mayor Pro Tem?
Do we have reason to believe that the financial position we're in as of August will be the same financial position that we finished the end of the year in? Meaning the surplus that we see right now, we can expect to see at the end of 2022?
Yeah, thank you so much for this question. It's a question everybody is trying to get a accurate read. Let me go back to this revenue. You can see at the end of August, we are like 16.9% higher than the same time last year. Then for 2023 budget, we are forecasting we will end 2022 with 37 million. But based on the current trend, we might end 2022 a little bit better than 37 million. But it's very hard to say. The finance team, we talked, 2021 was the highest. We received the highest sales use tax, 36.9 million. But we also compared to the same time last year, like for the month of July, the 2022 July sales use tax was only 40,000 higher than the same time last year. But the rest of the month probably much higher, 200,000. So we're thinking one indicator we need to consider is December Christmas shopping, because consumer purchases are important. That will affect us how we will end this year. I did go to a public finance seminar and listen to the chief economist from the Colorado Legislative Council. Are we in a recession now? I'm going to read the notes directly. Short answer, possibly. How do they measure? Nobody will answer this question, because whenever you call for a recession, that means budget cut. But on the other hand, when we wait until they say recession, we are too late to respond. So how should we position ourselves? So based on the data at the end of mid-year, 2 consecutive quarters of contracting real GDP, and also all your prices falling, you probably have noticed, and many supply chain disruptions easing. Fed just increased 75 basis points interest rate. Now the interest rate is between 3% to 3.25%. But employment, wage, and spending all show positive signals. So it just depends how quickly the Fed can use interest rates and other methods to control the inflation.
Any other questions from council? Member Woodward, do you have another one, or?
No, I'm sorry.
All right.
I think the other side of that, we've addressed the revenue side, but the expenditure side, are we expecting some expenditures at the end of the year as well that might change the amount that we put into the unassigned fund balance at the end of the year?
Yes. For example, I just approved quite a bit council communications related to increase in contracts, like fuel. You probably heard Director Van Wright about the on-call contracts. So we are going, and also the repair for Pirates Cove. So we see some additional requests for contracts, and you're going to review those next Monday.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, Director, thank you so much. I think we're moving on to the next agenda item, which is budget workshop to finalize the budget.
Okay. We will present to council potential adjustments to the 2023 general fund operating budget. This is just additional information received since last week, and I want to recap the key points from last week's public hearing. We answer council members' questions through council request. You must have received some of the answers, or you are going to receive some of the questions. But after last week, we discussed additional adjustments for council's consideration. When we present to council our 2023 operating budget, we show a $994,000 shortfall, but this means we have additional expenditure, recurring expenditure for revenue, and council approve allow us to tap into unassigned fund balance of 2022. Then citywide is going through a collection effort to see how many fees are outstanding, what's the best way to collect the fees. At this juncture, we're thinking we probably could get at least $100,000. And also, initially we forecast the medical premiums will increase by 15%, then we decrease to 10%, but after more conversation with the broker, if we were to contract with only one single healthcare insurance provider, we could further decrease the increase from 10% to 1.9 million, which is equivalent to $277,000 impact to general fund. And we also received a good news last Wednesday about the sale of Denver Bronco, and we are able to receive part of the proceeds. We thought, but we have to record this revenue in 2022 because there's no matching principle. You cannot record revenue twice in 2022 and 2023, or sometimes accounting we call matching principle. Usually your revenue will match expenditures, but in this case, we receive revenues earlier, just ARPA funding, but we have expenditures later down the road. So we have to include the revenue in 2022, then we can tap into the money restricted for youth activity programs for the use of Denver Bronco sales proceeds. So I think I want to ask city manager to give you more rationale how and why we're using this one-time funding to help with the 2023 budget.
Thank you, Director Lowe. In short, conditions changed from last week when I had one-on-ones with most of you and thought that we could book this revenue in 2023 as opposed to 2022. So we are no longer proposing a structurally balanced budget. We're just proposing that we'll pull $616,000 out of unassigned fund balance. That is, a portion, a good chunk of the $1 million essentially windfall that we got this year from the Broncos. We're glad to answer any questions that you have.
Yeah, we're still presenting a balanced budget. So we just want to do a calculation of what has happened based on the number we show council on September 6th. You can see net change in fund balance 1.9 million. Of that, 1 million is transferred out from unassigned fund balance for the capital project. Then we're thinking to tap into unassigned fund balance for $994,000 for operation. Then we receive $1 million, actually 1.1 million in 2022, then we are going to get a more revenue from collection, 100,000. Then we're able to decrease the healthcare insurance premium, 277,000. So you can see we propose to use 616,000 out of 1 million from the sale of Denver Bronco proceeds for youth activity programs. So that's our proposal. Then we still have future discussions. For example, moving forward for our monthly financial report, do we still want to use 16.7% to calculate unrestricted reserve, or we want to pick a different number? And have we decided what to use, unassigned fund balance or unrestricted reserve? Then we still need to think about how to allocate the remaining 383,000 if council want us to use this 1 million for 2023 operating budget.
Director, did you want us to take a quick poll here on these two questions now, or?
Or we can spend more time on the topics that may take more time.
Mayor, if I could. The question number 2 is a moot point now. We will come back to you to talk to you at a later date. There's now no hurry at all in terms of how we would spend that $1 million. We just know it has to go to children's and youth activities and programs. That can be a combination, according to my conversation with the city attorney today, of operating funds. It could be capital. I did speak with Christina Underhill, who I think would have the heavy in figuring out a plan for this, obviously in conjunction with council. But she mentioned that even if we did say we're going to pull $616,000 next year from unassigned fund balance, that is part of this million, the remaining 383, she would spend at least 200,000 replacing the farm and train, because as you know, we've replaced the wheels, we've replaced the steps. I mean, it's kind of falling apart. And so she would do that, and then talked about really the need for a playground that's more accessible to people with disabilities, and that we don't really have that. And so she would really, looking at the comprehensive plan, Parks and Rec master plan, while that's not called for specifically, it definitely calls for upgraded playground facilities, but those facilities can cost upwards of $700,000. So we can really have that conversation about number 2 later. Again, when we built this agenda, we really were coming to you saying, we solved the problem of the structurally unbalanced budget. But we can't do that now. The money's just going into the unassigned fund balance. We'll pull out with your approval next year. But the good news is we're coming to you saying the unassigned fund balance is growing, has grown by $1 million. And we've also realized about $277,000 in savings from what we told you previously. So it's a good news message, but not as good as I'd hoped.
Thank you, City Manager. Member Anderson, kick us off.
I don't know who else had meetings about this yet. This is the first time hearing of this $1 million, and I'm trying to piece it together from what you guys are saying. Can you explain a little more where this money is coming from and clarify what it can be allocated for? And now I'm understanding it's coming in 2022 and is going in the unassigned fund balance. I think I'm piecing most of it together, but can you give me the rounded version?
I think you've got it. But yes, when the Denver Broncos sold for $4.5 billion, a portion of that, 2%, comes back to the cities and counties that were part of that 7-county, I think it was an entertainment or sports district that was created, that a portion of our sales tax for all those years went into paying for the new stadium. So as part of the original agreement with the Boland family, this was put into the contract. So now that it has sold, the Broncos are now refunding, per that agreement, all of our cities and counties, and everybody's getting a little bit different proportion based on what their total collections were over the years. But our portion is it exactly 1 million? Director Lowe?
1.1 million.
Oh, there's an extra 100,000. So it's $1.1 million. We have already deposited that. So that came in last week. I learned about it last week. And Finance Director Lowe tells me that we have deposited that. And so essentially that money goes into the unassigned fund balance, and we can use that for a very specific but broad within that specific purpose of youth and children's programs and activities. And I'm sure City Attorney Niles can correct me on the language, but essentially it has to be used on those things. So for instance, if we wanted to expand our summer, camp program, our summer drama series, anything that serves youth, if we wanted to make improvements at the library or in our teen programming at the library, or just fund existing programs, that's also an allowed expense, we can do that. And so the original, when we scheduled this workshop, we were coming to you to say, we have identified $600,000 worth or $618,000 worth of operating expenses that serve youth and children's at a variety of different facilities and programs and divisions. And we are proposing that you take $616,000 of that and apply it to those operating costs. And we found the additional savings to close that $978,000 budget gap with the additional Kaiser savings for our insurance. But now we're just saying, you've got $1 million additional in next year's unassigned fund balance, and should you choose to, approve the budget that you'll see in the next couple of weeks, you're still going to have to pull out of the unassigned fund balance.
Thank you.
Member Woodward.
Thank you. Is there any other restriction with that 1.1 million that says it has to be used for children and it has to be used within 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, whatever?
It didn't say, it just said youth activity programs, very broad. Then City Attorney Niles did some research. There's no specific restrictions about operating expenditures or capital costs. But because this proceeds has received a lot of media coverage, the stadium district did say after a year of spending, they will come to do an audit. I think at the time, they might give us more restrictions, but at this juncture, that's only stipulations, youth activity programs and audit.
Okay, thank you.
Member Nunnenkamp.
Thank you. Help me, sorry, as I'm trying to wrap my brain still around the Broncos of it all. And we didn't chat about this last week, so I'm just catching up a little bit. So your initial thought was if this was gonna post in 23, it could go to the 23 budget and help offset for our children's programming in 2023. Because it can't, we're gonna put it into the unassigned fund balance this year. So if we were to balance the budget by pulling from the unassigned fund balance, we would essentially be talking about this same money, just depending on how we're allocating it and what account it's coming from. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And per the council communication, if we decide not to do that, if we say we are uncomfortable fundamentally with balancing the budget that way, the main recommendation from staff would be to remove the police FTE from the current budget to bring it to balance. Is that correct?
That would be one of the strategies, yes. So in combination with that 277,000 from Kaiser plus the 363,000, I believe, for the additional policing, we're getting close to closing that gap. One of the things that I've talked to departments about, and in fact, I talked to several departments about staffing needs, ways to close that budget gap by not filling vacancies. We've also, I asked the municipal court judge several weeks ago about the fact that we've had a precipitous decline in cases over the last 3 years. Our municipal court is doing far fewer cases than they were 5 years ago. Do we still need that same staffing level? And he said he'd be open to the conversation, but not in the, in the 2023 year, but would be glad to take a look at that over the next year. So we've got, opportunities to do that. We really need to do a staffing assessment of those questions and get back to you with more firm recommendations. But we're very close if we did take those FTEs out, depending on the outcome of the tax question, those that would pay for those FTEs in police. But we believe we can still keep those in and balance the budget using the unassigned fund balance. But again, if council wants just to further go through the exercise of, coming up with additional cuts, we can do that. We thought that this was the answer until late in the week. And by the way, we all learned about this on Wednesday at the leadership team. So if I had a meeting with you before Wednesday noon, you didn't know.
No, it's fine. I appreciate that, and thank you for all the explanation. That's really, really helpful for us. I also don't want to let the moment pass without acknowledging that I'm really grateful to staff for for bringing in the fees, for finding the savings in the healthcare costs. Those are really important money-saving measures that I, expect and love to see from staff and how we're stewarding those resources for citizens. So finding that cash, getting us closer to that balanced budget is really helpful. So I thank the staff for that.
Thank you, Member Noonekamp. I'll ask the question just around the healthcare costs. How many people would be impacted by the change to a single provider? Because I'm assuming that this is a question of, Kaiser and, whoever like Aetna or whoever the other provider is. But we're saying that we would move strictly to Kaiser, or we would be moving strictly to the other provider. What's the impact there?
Mayor, we actually currently only offer one provider.
Ah.
So we actually only offer Kaiser. Currently, we have 3 plans under Kaiser. There's one, actually don't know what it stands for, but it's called the POS plan. But it's actually the top level plan. And it allows for people to go outside for 20 visits. We have a very minimal amount of people that are on that plan. So we may be looking to make some changes there. But right now, Kaiser is our only current vendor that we offer.
Oh, okay. So it isn't a provider, so same doctor, same thing, it's just different plans within Kaiser. Okay.
Right, and Mayor, if I can add to that, even for the 7 individuals that are on that high plan, we are giving them the opportunity to stay on that plan, but not allowing additional enrollees in this year's open enrollment.
Okay.
So it shouldn't affect current employees.
Good to know. Member Anderson.
City Manager Lewis, you mentioned the municipal court and the drop in cases there. What is the potential financial impact there? Like, what is the level of case drop, and how many staff members does this entail, and potential financial impact of kind of balancing that out?
Thank you for the question, Member Anderson. Unfortunately, I don't have that answer, but that's the kind of analysis and the kinds of discussions that we want to have with all departments. I obviously have already brought it up with the judge in this case, but that's the kind of analysis that we want to do in the coming months.
Okay, thank you.
And I guess Director Lowe, in terms of just your questions, I am fine with the proposal. I got to go back to that slide. So what slide are we
I
on?
want to show you.
So I guess the previous slide to that. So in terms of how we're making up this shortfall, I am comfortable with the fact that we are going to be pulling from unassigned fund balance due to this 1.1 million that's coming from the Denver Broncos sale. I would be okay with that, even though it's technically an unstructured budget. I'd be happy moving down that route. In terms of just question 1 on the 2 slides later, I think we still need to understand what that baseline is. But based on what Member Anderson has stated, just because of my I would like to see this number go up closer to the 21.4. I don't have a set percentage of what that should be, but I do believe it should be higher just based on some macroeconomic, indicators that we're seeing that we may be going into a recession. So I'd rather move to that 21.4% or closer to that percentage than going down. So that's my viewpoint. Member Noonekamp.
To that point, correct me if I'm wrong, but if we decide to increase the unrestricted reserve number, then we have to pull more from the unassigned fund balance to balance, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's just something for us to consider. I agree to the extent that we should be thinking about preparing for new challenges in the next couple of years, but want to be cognizant that when we're already talking about an unstructured budget, is it the time to move up? I'm not sure. I think in a previous study session, you showed us the different options for the different percentages and what we would have to do for each. I think that would be a really helpful slide again for this conversation to inform it.
Member Anderson and then Member Woodward.
On that same point there, is this the 600 and whatever $1,000, that we'd have to pull from is that assuming a 16.7%?
No,
Or is that
no.
616?
It might be better to go back to this composition. Yeah. So let's say for the September, what you're going to see this fund balance composition, you will see another line, like ARPA funding restricted, 404,000. You will see sales of Denver Bronco restricted, 1.1 million. And that money is restricted by funder for youth activity. And we're going to use that money to pay for 2023 existing operating cost. And for ARPA, it's restricted by federal, the money restricted we receive in 2021, that'll be restrict for the future. For example, for 2023, we're thinking, hey, we know what we're going to do with the homeless. Then we need to do a budget supplemental because we did not include 300,000 in the 2023 budget. We need to do a budget supplemental in order to tap into the table. So you can see structurally balance the budget. It's a good concept. It only works when your revenues receive expenditure incurred in the same fiscal year. When that does not happen, like ARPA and for the Denver Bronco, you tap into unassigned fund balance, but you use for tap into unassigned fund balance for new expenditures or existing. Like the Denver Bronco sales, we are paying for the existing operations. But you can see with 16.7%, we have 10 million for unrestricted reserve, close to 9.5 million for unassigned fund balance. If we increase it 16.7%, let's say to 20, we'll get over 10 million. We'll have fewer unassigned fund balance. But so what's the purpose? What do we want to use unassigned fund balance? And what are we going to do with unrestricted reserve?
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have for now.
Member Woodward.
Yeah, I would feel okay about, I want to keep the fund balance at 16.7%. I think if we go upward and have that as a higher one, we're going to have to be looking at cuts in employees, furloughs, or cuts in the budget and what we are providing for the citizens. And as I recall, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mayor Pro Tem Ward, one of the reasons for taking that money out of the later fund and sticking it into the general budget and stuff was to provide tax money for the citizens tax money back to them. So the 16.7 as a par number, especially in such an uncertain year as what 2023 is going to be, I feel real comfortable with keeping it at 16.7 and funding what we need to fund to balance our budget.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I just want to note that we spent the long-term asset reserve or the later fund on long-term assets, which is what it was intended to fund. I was comfortable dismissing the long-term asset reserve because I felt like it confused the bottom line. It was just another line, and it was very difficult to tell how council was going to use its piggy bank that year. So I wanted to move those into the general fund, the unassigned fund balance, which is ultimately what we ended up doing with it. Having noted that, in answer to Member Woodward's question, I have to say, I do have some reservations about using one-time revenue to fund ongoing expenses. And that's one of the things that I'm having a really hard time with on this budget. When I ran for council, I promised that I would care for the city's present and the city's future. And my concern, looking at this budget, and not that this is a problem that we can solve in this budget cycle, I'm more looking forward to 2023 and 2024 and what we're planning on going through or potentially anticipating going through in those cycles. My concern is that we're establishing a precedent here where we're just assuming that the money is going to be there year after year after year. We're funding these programs using one-time revenues, and every year we get lucky. But when the economy changes, we're going to be in that much hotter water. I would not take the full-time police employees out of this budget. I think that's one of the areas where we need to focus right now. I don't have any real bright ideas for how to reduce the budget, so I will likely be voting to pass this budget. But I think going forward, it's not a good time for us to ratchet up or down. I'm comfortable with 16.7% right now. I think depending on what happens next year, we could have a really uncomfortable budgeting process in 2024 that I'm not looking forward to. I think this budget is doable with some reservations.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Russell.
Thank you. I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Ward and Councilmember Woodward in the fact that I believe we should leave the baseline at 16.7% because I agree that we're going to have to cut a lot of areas if we change that. I also think the trouble that I have is funding ongoing expenses with the unassigned fund balance. Because the one thing that I personally believe we should use the unassigned fund balance to fund is infrastructure needs and to increase the capital projects budget and the public improvement issues. With that said, I am not, at this point, I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Ward. I think that we can leave the additional police officers in the budget. That is one area that this council needs to focus on. But I also think if the citizens do not approve the sales tax to pay for that, then we have another problem. And then I would suggest that the police department look at things that we're funding that we cannot afford to fund and start funding things that will bring this city to become safer. So, I mean, for right now, that's all I have to share. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Nunekamp.
We've heard some concern tonight about paying for ongoing expenses with one-time revenue. And I think that's a valid concern and I share it. The budget, and I don't have my budget book in front of me, but the budget that we're looking at for 2023 has lots of ongoing expenses, right? Staff being one of the biggest. But it also does, I believe, have several one-time expenses and projects that we're doing, things that we need to invest in next year out of general fund that aren't considered capital. For the amount that we're looking to draw from the unassigned fund balance, the 600, whatever it is, I apologize, I don't have it in front of me. Does that equal, or would that cover the one-time expenses that we know we need to invest in next year? And do we have enough actually within the balanced part of the budget to cover the ongoing costs? Does that question make sense?
In this particular instance, we're using 616,000 of the 1.1 million proceeds. Yes, we're using that one time, like grant, to pay existing. But when we tap into unassigned fund balance, is the case 9.5 million. We are not using one-time revenue to balance next year. Why are we going to have this huge unassigned fund balance? Because our sales use tax increase is 16.7% higher. That's ongoing sales use tax. We're using ongoing sales use taxes to build unassigned fund balance to fund our ongoing operation in the future. Nothing wrong with that.
That's helpful.
And if I
Yes.
can add to that, I concur. And the reason I said, I think the question number two is a moot point, is because that's just a small part of the unassigned fund balance. We should just treat that as it is one time and it's going into the unassigned fund balance. But the vast majority of the unassigned fund balance is unused operational costs over the last several years. Every year, our operating budget comes in under budget and with revenues better than we expected. So those are technically operational dollars that make up the vast majority of the unassigned fund balance. So while, this $1 million that we're putting into the unassigned fund balance happens to be one time, you're just pulling from a pot of money it's all the same from the standpoint and the majority of it is ongoing operational costs savings.
The point is well taken. I hear what both of you are saying, and that's very helpful. But what I'm trying to drive at for my question is, for those who remain concerned about the balancing the budget through the unassigned fund balance, would that amount that we're pulling cover one-time expenses that we're budgeting for in 2023, or would it all be ongoing? Does that make sense?
Jackie, Director Lowe, do you have the spreadsheet where we broke out the one-time versus ongoing? Because that might answer the question. I believe that was greater in the budget than 600 and some odd thousand.
Because I think also, for policymakers here, the accountability that we have is what are we committing to for the long term? We're committing to staff, we're committing to things. We have a trend of having an unassigned fund balance at the end of every year, but it's not a guarantee, right? Something could happen, the sales tax revenue could change next year, and so we want to know what we're committing to over several years, right? But if it's one-time costs that we can fund, that's something that's, I think, much easier to get to for us than committing to the ongoing. Does that make sense?
Yes. We have, in your package, we have appendix. You can see a one-time for $20,000. As a one-time, $132,000 for general fund non-personnel. So you can see here's the total that add up to.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, and this is just other revenue. So I would say it's a very small amount we even encourage some departments to use the savings for 2022 for one time to make room for 2023. So you can see the 2023 one-time budget request really, yeah.
So the total is 185, is that right?
So I'll see
For
the
whole
total
year?
add up to 182,000.
Director Lowe, I agree with that assessment. And also, this was just for the enhancements. So it's 185,000 in enhanced budget over the previous year. So there are other one-time costs within the budget that are not represented in this enhancement list.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. I appreciate you providing that context. I think for that reason, and also for the reasons that you shared about how when the revenue comes in, it doesn't come in exactly on the cycle that we're budgeting to, and I understand that as well. And so I'm comfortable moving forward with pulling it from the unassigned. Thank you for taking the time to do that.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I think what Councilwoman Nunekamp was alluding to is this budget does transfer money from the general fund to the capital projects fund and or the public improvement fund. And that transfer is about $1 million. So if we have an operating shortfall, of that $600,000 to $1 million range, and we weren't making that transfer, then we would have a balanced operating budget. But because we're also adding $1 million to capital, the question becomes, are we spending over what our revenues are because we are transferring to capital projects, or are we spending over what our revenues are because we are spending more in operating expenses? So having heard that analysis and been reminded that we are transferring into our capital projects fund and our public improvement fund from our general fund this year, I'm a little more comfortable with the proposed budget. So thanks for pointing that out, Councilwoman Nunekamp.
Any other questions or comments from council? Member Russell?
Thank you. And Councilmember Nunenkemp's point is well taken about we don't, in the past, the sales tax revenue has been higher, but you never know what's going to happen. And do we know how much the EDDA is going to be taking out of that piece of the pie also, because we will be getting less money next year from sales and use tax because the DDA will be getting some.
Yeah, thank you. Our estimate for, you can see for next year's 197,000. This year probably 135,000. But if I remember correctly, we picked the baseline for DDAs is September to September. So we are going to calculate DDA's portion pretty soon. So if I remember, 135,000 this year, 197,000 for next year.
Okay, thank you for that. And I don't know if we're getting close to the end of the discussion here. There's one thing that I really would like to see changed, and that is in the appendix where it talks about capital projects from the Public Improvement Fund. It still has Dartmouth Avenue reconstruction east of Santa Fe Drive. What, can we make sure it gets put in the budget as west of Santa Fe Drive?
Yes, we didn't change this appendix. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I'd like some clarification on something Councilmember Russell just said. The DDA, the money that we pay to the DDA, the way I understand the tax increment financing to work is it's not actually reducing our year-to-year revenue. What it's reducing is the growth of our year-to-year revenue, because that's what they're actually entitled to. So assuming that we have at least as good a year next year as we did this year on sales and use tax, which is a big assumption, we could expect to receive at least as much money next year as we did this year on sales and use tax revenue, correct? The DDA is not taxing us above and beyond what they're not taxing us a percentage of what we got this year. They're taxing us based on the growth. And the only thing they're entitled to is the growth.
Correct.
Thank you.
But think about the inflationary adjustment, right? That part.
Yeah, and I wanted to weigh in on that because my understanding is that the increment does not take into account inflation, and so for the district from which the DDA is taking the increment, there will be no growth in inflation, which we're depending pretty heavily on.
That will be part of that, be transferred out too.
So, but property tax, I did learn, as the property values increase, we get the continued growth of those existing properties to just beat any new properties that are built. So property tax isn't quite as, I think, problematic for our budget over the long run as sales tax is in terms of what the DDA takes, so.
Any further comments from council? Director Lowe, do you have what you need?
Yes, quick poll question, because we are going to publish the final budget before December 1st. Are you okay with electronic version or you want the paper version? So
I personally would like just an electronic version.
Electronic, any paper, raise your hand. That's totally fine. I have a paper copy myself.
So will this be the final budget?
Correct.
Will we get a paper copy? I mean, we have gotten a paper copy before. I don't care about if it's what we're voting on. I would like to have a paper copy of the permanent one once we've decided.
So want two paper copy? Yeah. Okay.
For me as well, the final. Once everything's finalized and been voted by council and approved, I'd like a final copy.
Final paper as well?
Yes.
So 3 paper copy?
3 and 3.
3? Okay, thank you. So we're going to have change our ordinance based on the final adjustments. We have first reading on the 3rd and second reading on the 17th. Then we'll do this again next year. Okay, thank you for your time.
Way to end on a down note. Thank you, Director Lowe, for the presentation. All right, moving on to agenda item 10. There's actually 10. There's actually more. We have Kathryn Sellers, an outside legal counsel from Hoffmann Parker, to present a review of the section of the city charter. Good evening, Ms. Sellers.
Good evening. All right. I'm not sure how to get to? Do I just click through?
Just forward, yeah. Budget, 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 more budget, more budget.
All right. Okay, so I'm just gonna dive right in. So we are doing Articles 2 and 3 this evening. And this first one is, we just have some suggested cleanup. As you may know, there's no definition for the Colorado election laws under your charter, and there are actually 3 election codes in the state of Colorado: a uniform election code, a local government election code, and the municipal election code. Chances are you default to the municipal election code, even though it doesn't say that in your charter, because that's the one that applies to you the best. And so this is just a clarification of that to make it the default rule. The additional language would allow you to choose another election code if you ever wanted to for an election. That's highly unlikely, but it does allow you to do that. And then it just clarifies that the applicable law would be the election code that you're choosing and not just the laws of the state of Colorado, which is pretty broad. And then lastly, I'll mention this, it's not on there, but when we get to the next slide, there's a reference to the Election Commission, and if you choose to remove it from the charter, we would remove that language from this section as well. So, any questions on this slide?
Member Noonan-Camp.
Yeah, I have a couple just briefly. It says that we would use the municipal election code unless otherwise determined by council. Can you give an example of why we would choose to use any code besides the municipal?
Honestly, no, but I will tell you, like, you have coordinated elections with your county. And so what actually happens is when you have that election, especially when there's vacancies, vacancies on council, you run part of the election under the municipal election code, and that's your nomination petitions and all that stuff that's done internally at the city. And then when the actual election is run, it's actually run under the uniform election code because that's what the county applies. And so you may sign an IGA with the county that says the uniform election code would apply to this election, but it only means the part run by the county, and your part is still so you actually have a split.
That's very helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you, that's helpful. And then I just have a question about the last clause, as may be recommended by the Election Commission. Does that limit the council in any way to say that we would only consider ordinance related to elections that come through the commission? Or just saying that they could come from there, but they also could come directly from the council?
I think it's an either or. I don't think it limits to only things that come recommended from the Election Commission.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Mayor,
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
to answer your first question, Councilwoman Noonan-Camp, one glaring example to me would be campaign finance. If Englewood decides to erect its own campaign finance apparatus, similar to what Denver has done, that would be outside the municipal election code, but it would still be relevant to election law in Colorado.
Yeah, it wouldn't be relevant to the actual running of the election. It would be applicable to complaints you received regarding what occurs during the election with campaign finance. So yeah, pretty specific, but yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Sellers.
Okay. All right, so as I mentioned, this is the section on the Election Commission. So as it states there, the initial question is, do you want to keep it? And then if you do, we have some minor suggestions that are kind of in line with what was in the last slide related to the municipal election code and in conformity with applicable law. Our office is not aware of the provision of this, the provenance of this provision, why you have it. It looks like it's very old. The original provision anyway was probably pretty old, maybe even with the original charter. If you removed it, the establishment of precincts would default to city council. You could delegate that to the city clerk. The appointment of election judges would also default to council, but that's often delegated to city clerks to do. That's just an appointment for someone to assist with the election. The references to election clerks, that is not actually a position recognized under the municipal election code. I'm not sure what they do in your elections or if they exist. So that would be something that would be completely gone if you were to remove this. So I'm not sure how active your election commission is or how valuable you find it. I will mention that in that very last provision, the one that starts where municipal election procedures are in doubt, the election commission shall prescribe the procedure to be followed in conformity with applicable law. That's a little vague. It's not really clear who determines when an election procedure is in doubt. Is it the election commission? Is it your designated election official, your city clerk? So that could be a slight issue. And then, you know, as you noticed in the last section, let me just go back really quickly. We talked about this, you know, council may adopt by ordinance such rules and regulations, and then you have this, you know, election commission prescribing procedures. And so you could run into, I mean, it's probably unlikely, but you could run into some tension there on that issue. So that's just some things to think about when you're thinking about whether or not to keep the election commission. So.
Member Russell.
Thank you. Actually, we do have an election commission. The only time they're active is during an election year. And I mean, they do perform, when you go to draw your position on the ballot, they do things like that. If there are times that I believe that an election commission, if there were problems that went on, they would have another say. I mean, I'm assuming council has the final say, but the one thing that I appreciate about the election commission is it keeps citizen involvement and helps keep things more objective. I am in favor of keeping the election commission.
Thank you, Member Russell. Mayor Pro Tem.
I too am in favor of keeping the election commission. I think they draw our district lines, so I'm not sure I understand the use of the word precinct here, because that's a county clerk function in Colorado.
Actually, it's not. So council actually draws the districts, and the election commission draws the precincts in your charter. That's the way it's set up. So council sets up the districts. I believe it's every 4 to 6 years. It's set up in your charter, and
Yeah, we redistrict per charter every 4 years.
Okay.
And so the election commission does, we bring the proposals to election commission, and then they make recommendations that we then bring to council.
That's the process I was describing, or trying to describe.
Yeah, so the districting it rests with council currently under your charter.
Okay.
Precincts, where you vote, rests with the election commission.
Yeah, and my experience in the elections world indicates that we don't have the authority to draw our precincts in the city of Englewood. Those are drawn by the Arapahoe County Clerk and Recorder's Office.
No, municipalities draw their own precincts typically, and they try to coordinate with the county on those issues. So they should overlap with the county. I don't know how a county would treat a municipal election precinct that wasn't overlapping. They're supposed to overlap, but you do have to actually draw your own and submit it to the county when you have a coordinated election.
Okay. Yeah, I think there's some antiquated language in here, and it definitely could be cleaned up a bit. The other thing that the election commission did, and I might have mentioned this already, is they do our lot drawings for candidate order.
She did mention that, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Any other comments? Member Anderson.
Well, just to weigh in, I'm in favor of keeping the election commission, but in the language here would, yeah, if there's anything antiquated, let's update it and make sure it all makes sense. But keep it overall. I think it's good to have a citizen committee that has some influence on the elections in the city.
Sure.
Anyone oppose? Not seeing anything. Go ahead, Ms. Sellers.
Okay. All right, so this is your special election provision, and our recommendation is deleting quite a bit of it because most of this is covered by the municipal election code. When special elections can be called during the year as it relates to other types of elections, the type of notice you have to give for a special election is governed by the municipal election code. Is actually more specific than what you have here. The municipal election code requires publication and posting and discusses actually what's in the notice. and it's probably what you've been following. And lastly, let me see. So the last sentence there, the ballot for all elections, blah, blah, blah. That section, the nature of the proposition actually isn't on the ballot in Colorado. It can certainly be in the documents approving the ballot question by council, but it's only the question. And then, of course, the last portion of that sentence, the yes or no, the appropriate means for voting is automatic in Colorado. Of course, you have to have that on a ballot. So it's a little, it's not consistent with how elections are, well, the first part's not consistent, the second part's unnecessary. So that's kind of our suggestion on that section.
Member Russell.
Thank you. Is there anything in these changes that would change the intended meaning of the original?
The only thing that's like, no, not, and I'll just to give you an example. So, you know, you can't hold a special election under the municipal election code 90 days before a general municipal election. And so those timeframes are pretty consistent. 45 days is actually reduced to, I believe it's 32 days from a general election. So that would actually allow the special election to occur more quickly. This is a little bit less lenient on that. The only thing that's really unusual in this provision is that it says that general state elections may be used for submission of city propositions except as limited by the charter and shall not be considered special elections for city purposes. It's a very unusual provision because any government has, local government has a general election. It's a regular election. It's the same time every year, right? And then you can have special elections. That's typically how it's delineated under state law. That language is very unusual because it basically turns a special election into a regular election. It's also probably unnecessary because you are actually coordinating with the county and having your elections in November. So it's just superfluous now. You may have had your elections at a different time of year previously, and maybe that was why that was in there. I don't know.
So just one other question. Does a recall election, is that a special election generally?
Could be, depending on when the recall petition is received. It all depends on when those are received. And if there's a general election coming up within a certain period of time, it would be at the general election. But if there isn't one, then it would be required to call a special election.
Okay, but this wouldn't change it. Didn't I read somewhere in here that you could only have one general election in a year?
Well, you have one regular election a year.
Okay.
Typically, like as I was mentioning earlier, you have one regular election, and then any other elections you hold throughout the year would be considered special election. That's how it's delineated under state law. I think you're talking about there's a provision later on where you can only have a special election for certain questions once a year or something like that. I think we'll get to that slide in a minute.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Sure.
Anything else? Go ahead, Ms. Sellers.
Okay. All right, so this is the limit on special elections. So the provision referenced in here of the charter for section 46 is the submission of an initiated ordinance provision in your charter. So citizens come, they petition for an ordinance to be passed by council. Council chooses not to, sends it to the voters. So that's the type of election. So you can only hold those once a year under this provision. This is really a policy question about whether you really need that limitation. It is a limitation on the exercise of initiative powers by the citizens. I will say with all the steps that they have to go through to get an initiated ordinance on the ballot, plus when the election can occur with the special and general election rules, it probably would be unlikely that they could hold more than one in a 12-month period, but it's possible. So it's just a question of policy, whether you think this is a limitation that the city needs, wants, that kind of thing. So, and then the second section is, section 77 is your consolidation with another municipality. That requires the submission or ratification by the electors after approved by council for the combination consolidation of the merger of the city with another contiguous municipality. We will be, when we get to that article, be recommending the deletion of that. Consolidation under state law requires an election by the residents of the municipalities being combined. So again, that's a 1-year limitation. I couldn't see that happening more than once a year, but again, you never know, so.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I support deleting any language in our charter that limits the residents' right to direct democracy. The scenario I can think of that would lead to 2 special elections in a year would be unfortunate, but it could occur, and that would be in the event that the citizens would, say in February or March, mount a recall campaign and have a recall special election held, and then subsequent in, say, I don't know, June or something, council did something that the citizens so strongly disagreed with that they decided to circulate a referendum petition, and they would have the right to a referendum election as a special election, or even an initiative election, similarly, as you brought up. We would tell them in such a case that they would have to hold off till November before they could have their election. Like you indicated, it's rare, but I think it's an unnecessary restriction that I can't support.
Member Russell.
Thank you. I agree with Mayor Pro Tem. I think it takes a lot of work, and if council's doing their jobs, we're not going to be dealing with that anyway, but I don't want to limit the citizens' ability to deal with us if they don't like what we're doing. So, thank you.
Sure.
Member Woodward.
I guess I believe that the cost of having that election, having Arapahoe County do a second, third election will eliminate it right there. But if the rest of council wants to leave that in there, I can go along with that, but I don't feel it's necessary.
Anyone else? Member Anderson?
I say delete it.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Member Woodward, I'm just curious, how much of a cost is too much of a cost for a fundamental constitutional right?
I don't have a number to put on that. I just remember what elections cost. And elections aren't cheap. And so when you look at that, I don't know what it would be that they would be coming up against, that they would have pulled for election in May or April or something like that, where they wouldn't wait till November, because it does come up every November. So having that election, and whoever, if it's the citizens bringing it forward, they're going to be paying for that election. So that's my point.
Anyone else? I also would be in favor of just deleting it. So, go ahead, Member Russell.
So if we decide that we're changing this, the citizens will be voting on this. We can't just.
On these amendments?
Yes.
The citizens will vote on whether or not to remove it ultimately.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Anyone else? Go ahead, Member Noonan-Camp.
I'm sorry, Mayor, you said you would be in favor of deleting it?
Yes.
Okay, it wasn't clear. I could go either way on this one, to be perfectly honest. I think Member Woodward makes a good point. There's an election every single November. There's another special election that's 2 a year. I'd have a hard time seeing the need for a third. And I do think it's a huge expense. But if we feel strongly, I'm fine with putting it on the ballot and seeing what the citizens think.
Go ahead, Ms. Sellers.
Okay. All right, so this is another section on special elections. So section 6, we actually discussed this section at our last meeting. This is the disconnection detachment. So if a property owner wants to detach or disconnect, it's actually called now, from the city, it requires an election currently under your charter. And we discussed that that's often a private matter between the private property owner and the city and rarely involves the public in general. 77 is consolidation again. And 104 is your general obligation bond section requiring an election. So this section basically limits those 3 types of questions to be held separate and apart from all other elections, and shall be limited to the submission of only one proposition in any election. I have no idea why your charter would have this restriction. It's even more restrictive, coupled with the last provision we talked about. It's just extremely limiting. And so I don't know why you would have this, but you know, there might be a reason why this is beneficial for the city.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Doesn't Tabor restrict holding a GO bond election as a special election? And isn't that what this charter calls for?
Yes, you're correct, right. So Tabor restricts elections to your regular elections, which are also in November, plus the other November elections for the Tuesdays. So, yeah, I apologize. Yes, that's probably not consistent with Tabor on section 104.
In that case, I would advocate for the deletion of the entire section.
Yeah, it would be void if it were section 104.
Anyone disagree? Hearing none, go ahead, Ms. Sellers.
So this one is just minor clarification and a suggestion to combine it into one paragraph, very low priority kind of change, except for, and like you have in your current election coming up in November, you changed like councilmen to council members. We could do a kind of general question that changes Colorado election laws to Colorado Municipal Election Code and take care of some of those minor cleanups as well. So, any questions on this one?
Any comments? Don't see any.
All right. So this is just cleanup. This is probably not your salaries any longer. And so it just pretty much adopts what state law requires, the Constitution requires, you know, that may be changed by ordinance, but not increased during the term of the council member enacting the ordinance. And instead of actually having the salaries in there, it just removes it. It's just minor cleanup.
I think we're good.
Okay.
That did not keep up with inflation either, did it? All right.
Okay. This is a policy question. Do you want to keep the age restriction of council members at 25 years?
Any comments? Member Noonan-Kemp?
I don't think we need to change this. I would leave it as is.
Member Anderson?
Agreed.
Anyone disagree? Mayor Pro Tem?
You know, I grew up with a baby face, and and so age restrictions have always irritated me, and it always ran against my nerves because I always looked younger than I was. But I mean, we let people buy alcohol at 21. We let people buy tobacco at 21. We let people vote at 18. And to me, waiting until you're 25 years of age to receive full citizenship in your community to the point where you can actually be an elected official. I mean, you could run an initiative petition at 18. There's no restriction against that. Why do we restrict council membership to 25 years of age? What is the purpose of that? I'm generally opposed to this. If it was up to me, I'd make it 18. If you're 18 years old and you have the gumption to register to vote and run for office in Englewood, good for you. Good for you. If you win, you get a seat.
Member Russell?
Thank you. Are you suggesting you're not 25 years old?
Thank you.
I actually think that we should keep this. I think there's wisdom in doing that. life experience and age has a lot to say. We're not saying that they have to be 35 years old. So I want to keep the 25. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, I side with Mayor Pro Tem on this one. I was actually thinking 21. 18 is a little young for me, but but you know what? What's age? For the points that Mayor Pro Tem stated, I think if we're giving citizens the right to do certain things at the age of 18, I think 18 would be fine with me as well, but I may be in the minority. Member Woodward.
Yeah, I was thinking 50. But I would stay with 25. I really agree with Council Member Rita here that life experience is a lot. And Steve, maybe when you hit 30 or 35, you'll start understanding that. So I would stay with 25.
Member Woodward, you can hand me a shovel, but you can't make me dig.
All right. That's okay. So this section requires council to fill vacancies. As mentioned in the question section, state law actually provides that council can fill vacancies, or a special election can be called if council is unable to fill a vacancy. So it provides that other avenue. This section doesn't provide that avenue currently. And it also fails to mention a council member resigning, which under state law would be considered a vacancy. So we just need some direction as to, we can keep this and clean it up and make it consistent with state law. Or you could remove it in its entirety and rely on state law. It's kind of your call there. But we would recommend that, especially the resigning part be added for sure. And then, if you want the ability to call for a special election. I don't know if you've had trouble filling vacancies, but there are some kind of nightmare scenarios where there's a split vote and you just cannot fill the vacancy and council just goes round and round. That's been recently, I believe, in the news.
Member Russell.
Thank you. I would like to clean up the language and add if a council member resigns. The truth is, we've had it happen a couple of times now, and it has been a split vote, and bottom line is it did go to a special election. So if we limit the number of special elections, if that ends up happening, then what happens if we have a vacancy?
And you may be stuck with your round robin continual voting issues. So yeah, that's something to think about.
Thank you.
Sure.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I support the cleanup of this section as well. I think it's important to have our charter address how we handle vacancy as a municipality, as opposed to just punting it to state law. Sometimes having these things in charter makes it easier for people who are researching certain things to find what the specific direction is, as opposed to deferring to state law and guessing whether or not the city is going to follow state law. So I think a cleanup of this is warranted and merited and would be beneficial to Englewood.
Member Noonekamp.
I also support the change.
Anyone disagree? Seeing none, Ms. Sellers. I think that might be the end
And
of it.
this was actually a repeat slide, so you are done for the evening with this topic, unless you have any questions for me.
Yeah, any additional comments, questions? Yeah,
Okay,
Ms. Sellers, we'll see you in a month.
okay. Well, no, I'm gonna attend your executive.
Oh, I know,
session.
yeah, but in terms of this. Yeah, you're not going anywhere. All right, so everyone, do we need a break before we go into executive session? 5 minutes? We'll do a 5-minute break. It's 9:19, 9:25, we'll meet back up. Thank you. our city attorney not present tonight, I don't feel as comfortable going in for that second one, item B. I'm not sure how everyone else feels, but I do feel that that should be an executive session that our city attorney does attend in person. I just open up to comments from council if they are open to moving the second item to a date uncertain. Member Noonan-Kemp.
Thank you, Mayor. I would support that change. I think it's important for the city attorney to be present for the continuing of that conversation and would support us delaying it until she's back.
Anyone disagree? Member Anderson?
I could go either way on this one, but I'm fine with delaying it.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
I don't see anything in the city attorney's communication to us today in the litigation update that explicitly authorizes us to proceed on this executive session without her, as it relates. I think I can say this because it's in the meeting notice.
Mhm.
Just let me verify here real quick. Sorry about this delay. Specific to the city attorney's contract, so folks know that we will be discussing the city attorney's contract in the executive session. She hasn't waived her right to be in that meeting from what I can see, so I am much more comfortable delaying than proceeding.
No, actually, so my concern is more with the second one, which is the conversation around eminent domain.
Okay.
Delaying that conversation until, and the reason for that is just, I think, I think it's a big topic to not have the city attorney present for that one. Obviously, the city manager would have to pick up the slack, and I'm not sure, city manager, if you were comfortable having that conversation without the city attorney, but my guess is that this is more of a city attorney conversation.
Right, particularly since it says for court proceedings. I don't think you want your city manager advising you on court proceedings.
I am comfortable moving forward with that particular conversation.
You are comfortable having that
Yes.
conversation tonight?
Yes.
Okay. How do we do this? Do we have to do I put a motion to table and see where that goes? Okay. Okay, so I make a motion, I'm sorry, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I just want to say, I think a component of this discussion is the eminent domain discussion. And I think that we can have an eminent domain discussion without the city attorney present, because part of the question is going to be relative to our willingness to exercise that function of government.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'll make the motion. I'll make a motion to table and see where it goes, but I'd like to make a motion to table 12B.
Second.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Go ahead, Member Russell.
I just have a question. Since the city attorney is not here, do we have someone that we could question about legal issues if we did go ahead and go in?
Well, I think she said in her
So I'll answer so in terms of that executive session item, no, we would only have our city manager, Lewis, as part of that conversation. Member Anderson.
I guess the question is this, like, if the purpose under statute for an executive session is to get legal advice, is that, then we don't have our city attorney here. I don't think we can actually legally receive legal advice if there's no one to give it, or.
The statute is for property interest, yeah.
Okay, it's not property, okay.
It's not attorney-client, yeah.
So, okay, that's property, then, all right, I'm happy to proceed with the discussion.
Okay. Member Woodward.
Yes, I was just gonna say that I believe in her email from today, didn't she say that if there were legal questions, the city manager could get a hold of her by phone. And that he could answer the question then?
That is correct.
Thank
Go ahead,
Is
Member
that,
Russell.
thank you. Is that permitted for an executive session?
I don't know if you are limited under your policy by hearing remotely.
Ms. Sellers, do you mind coming to the mic just? Thank you, Ms. Sellers.
I think you may be limited under a council policy of, you can't appear by, phone or any other
Right.
mechanism during an executive session, but I'm not totally familiar with that, so I'm sorry.
That's,
I'm happy to jump in, Mayor, on this.
yes, City Attorney.
Our council policies state that no one may participate in an executive session remotely or electronically. So while I couldn't participate, if there is a specific question, Sean Lewis could contact me by text or something like that. I would be happy to give him the answer, and then he could convey it to city council, but I couldn't directly participate. And this is also, perhaps we want to reconsider this provision of our council policies, because this is something we've imposed on ourselves.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Follow-up question to that. Attorney Niles, can we suspend the rules to allow remote participation?
I think that you could. The council policies are adopted only by vote of city council. Council policies state that it's preferred that any change to council policies be given advance notice. But as the governing body, you could move to allow electronic participation in this instance.
Thank you. In that case, that would be the resolution to this conundrum I would support.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Noonkamp.
Thank you, Mayor. City Attorney Niles, if we were to move in that direction, I believe the thought behind the policy was to ensure confidentiality for these sessions, and if someone was to participate remotely, we wouldn't be able to ensure that they, didn't have someone else in the room or something like that. Could you ensure to us, if we were to move in that direction, that you are, in a confidential location where no one else could hear the conversation?
Yes, and I would prefer to do it on phone versus a speaker, like what I'm on now. But I have my dog next to me, but I am working remotely. But otherwise, there's no person near me.
Okay, thank you.
Any further comments? City Clerk, is it best for me just to withdraw my motion and just move forward with the vote since we have a second? Just withdraw? Okay, I withdraw my motion to table the conversation. Mayor Pro Tem.
In that case, Mayor, I will at this time move to suspend the rules regarding remote participation in executive session to allow City Attorney Niles to participate in the upcoming executive session by telephone.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Do we need to go ahead?
Second.
Yeah, there we go. Any further comments? Go ahead, Member Anderson.
The question to suspending the rules, I think makes sense under a situation where we're in a time of the essence sort of a thing. I'm hesitant to change council policy without a really compelling reason. Attorney Niles, is this something that could be delayed without ill effect?
Yes, I don't think it hurts our legal position by delaying this.
Okay, I'll be voting no.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Member Noonkamp.
Attorney Niles, I just wanted to also note that we do have, you have some conflicts over the next few weeks. If we were to delay this, I believe it would be delayed to October maybe 10th?
Yes.
Does that keep us on the timeline that we need to be on?
Yes, I think October 10th is fine. And we had already discussed to staff designating October 10th as a special meeting on another matter already. So that if it's a special meeting, we can hold an executive session.
Okay. I am, we set these policies to govern ourselves, right? And I think that we have every right to change them. But if sticking with our policies and doing it when we could do it in person, I think is much preferable. So I would support moving it to the 10th as well.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we vote on suspending the rules for the executive session?
Member Anderson,
Nay.
Member Noonan-Camp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Would you repeat the motion?
Did you want to repeat it, City Clerk?
the
or-
motion is to suspend the rules so that City Attorney Niles can attend the executive session tonight.
Okay, thank you. Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Wink, Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Nay.
Let the record show 2 nays. Councilmember Anderson and Mayor Sierra.
Okay. Perfect. So then I will move to go into executive session tonight. First, for personal matters under CRS Section 24-6402-4F1, specific to amendments to the city attorney's contract with outside counsel Kathryn Sellers. Following that would be an executive session to discuss the advisability of the acquisition of real property interest pursuant to eminent domain under CRS Section 24-6402-4A. Present at the executive session are the following persons: Mayor Nathaniel Sierra, Mayor Pro Tem Stephen Ward, Councilmember Rita Russell, Joe Anderson, Chelsea Noonan-Camp, Jim Woodward, City Manager Sean Lewis, outside counsel Kathryn Sellers, and she'll be present for the first one, and City Attorney Tamara Niles. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
All right, we will now exit this meeting and reconvene in the community room. All right, everyone. The time is now 10:34, and the executive session has been concluded. Present at the executive sessions are the following persons: Mayor Nathaniel Sierra, Mayor Pro Tem Stephen Ward, council members Rita Russell, Joe Anderson, Chelsea Noonenkamp, Jim Woodward, city manager Sean Lewis, city attorney Tamara Niles, outside counsel Kathryn Sellers attended the first executive session. I move to close the executive session. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Thank you. For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion to go into the executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation of the open meetings law, I would ask that you state your concerns for the record. Seeing none, we now move to reports for boards and commissions and council liaisons. From council liaisons. Anyone? Member Russell?
Thank you. The Code Enforcement Advisory Committee met on last Wednesday night, and they would like to weigh in on the ordinance change because City Council asked them to do it, and it is in their purview to make recommendations on that part of the code. Their next meeting will be October 26th. It should have been the week before, but the code enforcement supervisor wasn't able to be there that week, so we will be discussing it on October 26th. So does that mean that it's tabled for the next meeting? Do we have to table it then again to maybe the first meeting in November? At that point in time? Okay, because it will come up then. Okay, I'll make the motion then for that. So thank you all for that.
Thank you, Member Russell. Anyone else? Moving on to council members' choice. Anyone have anything tonight? Go ahead, Member Russell.
I just have a council request, because I think this is probably coming up at the next meeting also. Can council get a list of the churches and locations where the homeless will be housed in the Tri-Cities area on cold weather nights? The second thing, do Littleton and Sheridan have the same requirements for housing homeless in churches? Number three, the process to notify Denver Fire on cold weather nights as to where and how many homeless are being housed. And number four, does Denver allow churches to be used for housing homeless on cold weather nights? Why or why not? And if you need me to, I could send you those in an email.
Anything else, Member Russell?
Just one other question. This is from this is a council request. What is the square footage of city center compared with the square footage of 24-hour fitness? That's it. Thank you.
Did you get that? City Manager? Okay, perfect. Anyone else? Member Noonenkamp?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to follow up on the conversation we had earlier tonight about right-of-way, and Deputy Director Hose saying that he thinks maybe a fee is something that we don't have currently for people who violate our right-of-way regulations. Is that something that this council would like to consider? We have, he gave the example of someone who was digging in the right-of-way without the proper notification. And it sounds like at this point, all we can do is like a slap on the wrist until we decide to take away their ability to work in the city, which seems like a 0 to 60 measure. I would support looking at a fine, for that, and then maybe coming up with like a certain number of strikes and you're out policy to when you actually get your license revoked in the city. But this is becoming, I think, enough of an issue, and he has expressed it's happened enough times where people are breaking our ordinances that I think some sort of fine, to Mayor Pro Tem's point, that would give restitution to the city, having to then have our people out there saying, no, you can't do this, you're breaking the rules, seems like a natural thing for me. To at least have staff explore.
Well, Thank you, Member New. Actually, I was gonna ask a question of City Manager Lewis. Is that part of the fee structure that we would figure out? Is that a fine that we handle different? Because don't we vote on the fee schedule here in the next month or two?
Yes, the fee schedule is part of the city budget. And so we would, though, need to create an ordinance for creating that fine structure. So I know that the city attorney's on and we can start working on that, but we might not have it ready for the budget proposal.
Okay. So I guess, is anybody not in favor of having staff look into a fine schedule in ordinance? I'm in favor of looking at one, so I don't see anybody in disagreement, so, okay. Be fine with moving forward with that, so. Anything else? I did have something tonight, but I will postpone it until next week, just based on the late hour. And now it's city manager's choice.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one item. You're all invited to an employee appreciation event tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. It's very informal, but all staff are invited for a muffin and some coffee at in the circle in front of the building. We're going to be appreciating our finance, IT, and HR departments. There are various national and statewide kind of appreciation weeks and months for them, and so we invite you to come down if you would like a muffin on us. On the taxpayers, I should say.
10 a.m., right? Perfect. Anything else? All right, with that, we are now adjourned. Everyone, I'll see you guys next week or at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Have a good night.